Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
I'll start again, because people at home, I think, are watching in their very comfortable chairs. Good morning and welcome to the Council Committee of the Whole meeting in the town of Qualicum Beach. I want to acknowledge that we are holding this meeting on the traditional territory of the Coast Salish people, in particular our Qualicum First Nation friends. And so there is the adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Then the agenda is adopted by consent. And we have a special guest who all of you probably know by now, Alison Hapkirk, and we'll introduce her when the time comes when she takes over on the meeting. So just the Strategic Planning PowerPoint and Chief Administrative Officer and Director of Finance, Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning. It's early this morning, I think. Thank you to everyone for being here. It's great to see a turnout like this, and we certainly hope we have people watching online as well. So just a quick run through. Today is the first day in a series of meetings running through strategic planning and budget. Our next strategic planning session is on November 1st. Then we're going to see an organizational update and preliminary budget discussion on November 6th. Hoping for strategic plan adoption November 20th with some opportunity for public engagement at that same meeting. Second public engagement, November 27th. Then we're looking for readings of the financial plan bylaw moving through December, January, and February. And those dates will be published for the public as well. And we hope you come along with us on that journey. So how did we advertise today? We actually did quite an extensive advertising, town tidings, the website, posters, constant contact. We did a general mail out because we had actually had the time published at 10 in the noteworthy insert. So we really went over and above through social media, and I believe we even put it on the Memorial Avenue reader board. So time change. So. Again, if we just start with some context, we know strategic planning is a core responsibility of council. It's the foundation of your governance role. So council sets strategic direction, allocates resources, we provide reporting, council provides oversight, and then manage risk. So it's a big role that you have. The purpose of today's meeting is to update your strategic plan for 2025 to 2029. So that's this council's term and beyond. We really have invested a lot in transferring knowledge and information about what's currently going on and then what you have planned. We're doing a lot to integrate planning work, budgeting, long-term financial planning, your initiatives, and then the reporting out that the public and council are receiving quarterly. And then today we're going to ask you to consider your strategic initiatives and their timelines, because we know we have competing priorities. We know we have the requirements of Bill 44 to get that OCP review done, and we know we have only so much staff capacity. For the process itself, this is the third year we've done strategic planning and open meeting, which I think has been a really big step forward for both council and the community. It's an evolving process. Again, when the Director of Finance and I were discussing the improvements over last year, we were on to our second hand. So again, we're not all the way there yet, but I think in a very condensed time period, we've made great strides in how we actually are doing strategic planning. One of the things that we continue to look for is ways to expand public engagement opportunities, and ideally we would see something like a survey or something like that eventually. So we talk a lot about connecting those dots between the OCP, Council's strategic plan, the annual budget, and our annual and quarterly reporting. So the OCP, the official community plan, is the community's vision. Council's strategic plan is that path by which the community's vision is advanced. Council allocates resources for us to pull off all of those magic tricks, and staff reports out then on the progress made. And again, I think that's been a really big step forward with moving to a dashboard reporting process. The work in progress, again, connecting those master plans to council's strategic planning process. So we have a lot of plans, and unless we can pull together those pieces for implementation, those aren't going to be advanced. So we keep trying to make stronger connections with those, as well as your budget and your long-range financial planning. Again, it's a big piece of work that takes multiple years, but we are making strong headway. Council, today we're hoping you will endorse your strategic plan. It is on pages 3 to 6 of the agenda package, and I think everyone in the gallery has picked up a hard copy of that agenda. We have made links on the presentation to the pages in the agenda to make it easier to follow along this year. One of the big things that's really been a huge help is that Council has stayed the course with its focus areas. So we have 6 key priority focus areas: good governance, community health and well-being, climate action, housing, economic prosperity, and progressive infrastructure. So the first step in today's meeting is going to be to ask council to endorse your strategic plan. Again, it's the 4 pages. All of those strategic initiatives you're going to work on will append to the strategic plan in a future meeting once you've made those decisions. But for us to move forward today, it's important that council endorses its focus areas. We like to have you revisit your code of conduct pieces. So for the benefit of the public, your vision statement came right out of your official community plan, which I think was a really strong message from council. Your mission statement is adapted from the role of council as defined in the community charter. And then you have your pieces of your code of conduct. So integrity, accountability, respect, and leadership and collaboration. This piece of the strategic plan just lays out those connections that I talked about, the master plans and the cycle of planning, right from the establishment of your OCP through to implementation and reporting out. The last page, I believe, in the strategic plan, again, is your 6 key focus areas. And staff have provided the following recommendation for council. That the draft strategic plan dated October 21st be amended to include the Community Wildfire Resiliency Plan. And when I spoke about making those connections, that was a new plan this year that council had endorsed, and we'd like to see that included in your strategic plan. Then staff are recommending that the committee recommends to council that the plan be adopted. And then finally, that the finalized list of strategic initiatives be appended to the strategic plan subsequent to adoption of the financial plan later this year. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Ms. Varela. There was also perhaps comments from our finance director, or is that not this time? Very good? Yeah, okay. So council, if you agree with this, would you care to make a motion to go ahead with the adoption of this plan? Councillor Harrison, Councillor Van der Valk, discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we're going to move through with a little bit of context for strategic planning. The last 2 processes, 23 and 24, saw both budget and staff time largely allocated for the next couple of years. And we know that strategic planning is a relatively small part of the work that we do. So we sort of, as a general rule of thumb, use the 85-15, and we have a lot of work to accomplish. So 85% is just that core service delivery, meeting our regulatory obligations, maintaining our systems, processes, and citizen service. The 15% really is those initiatives that council wants over and above the regular day-to-day work of the organization. So when we speak about it's a lot of work just keeping the business running, and I think we did the same summary last year for you, that we talked about the number of council resolutions that have happened so far in 2024 requiring staff action. We've had 244. We've had 48 meetings, which is a lot of council business. 123 staff reports, and the amount of work that goes into those reports from multiple levels of the organization cannot be understated. We've had 102 Freedom of Information requests, which again take a lot of time, and we've had 34 committee and advisory body meetings. So a lot of work goes on just as a normal course of business here. Challenges have to be recognized as we move into strategic planning. So we know we have a lot of diverse citizen needs, expectations, and priorities. We have only so many resources. We have finite staff capacity. And I think the other piece that has to be acknowledged is we can only engage with the community on so many things at the same time. So the challenge for council is to determine what initiatives you want to focus on and resource so that they can be advanced on by staff and we can report out to you. as always, there's no shortage of great ideas, and I think that's the beauty of what a council brings to the organization, is that governance and inspired leadership. November 1st, 2023, who can forget? It was and continues to be a game changer. So the next big piece of that announcement requires us to do an official community plan amendment in 2025. An official community plan amendment is a task that requires all departments to be hands on deck. So we know that is the big chunk that we have to get done for the coming year. What we've completed so far has been no small undertaking. We've updated the bylaw to accommodate the small-scale multi-unit zoning. That deadline was June 30th. In progress right now, we're working on our interim housing needs report. And then coming up, December 31st is that looming deadline for the OCP. As we think about the strategic initiatives before council today, of course, we think about staff capacity, but we also think about resourcing. And there are a number of sources that council can rely on to fund your strategic initiatives. So taxation, and that really relates to your strategic initiatives reserve. Council had allocated $250,000 annually from taxation. We also look to grants. Council may consider other funding from senior levels of government. We could borrow for any of your capital projects that you'd like, or a combination of these. The important part is your initiatives can't be advanced without council direction and resourcing. So the good news is, we feel much more confident about this year than we did the previous year, is that the math works, both for your budget and for staff time. So we want to remind you that in 2023, we provided seed funding. Council allocated $650,000 from accumulated surplus, and then you chose an amount of $250,000 going forward. So your budget over the 2025 to 2029 financial plan with these strategic initiatives as proposed actually fits in the budget, and you weren't there last year. So that's great news. There were some funding sources that were changed out with some other opportunities that came in that the Director of Finance can speak to. But again, the good news is the math works based on the recommendations that staff have put forward in your scoping sheet. So that's the big caveat for you. Planning department capacity, and I think between this year and last year, one of the things I'm really proud of the organization for is we've gotten much better at looking at the available hours that we have. So when we think about allocating staff time just in the planning department, we assess we probably have 15% of the Director of Planning's time. We have 20% of the Climate Action Coordinator, and we have about 85% of that planner position that council funded, which is currently vacant, but we hope to fill. So you have about 1,800 hours of the planning department's portfolio time for your 2025 initiatives. And when we did that math, it actually worked out. Of the 23 proposed strategic initiatives, there are 18 that are previously approved and 7 that are new for 2025. 11 of those have the planning department as lead, so it's really important we keep a really close eye on that department's capacity. At this point, with your permission, Your Worship, I'll hand it over to the Director of Finance, and we really want to give you some context with what we already have in stream and some of the successes we've made so far in 2024.
Thank you, Ms. Vella. Very good introduction to what we're doing here today. Mr. Hare, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So much progress has been made on initiatives that are scheduled and budgeted in fiscal 2024. Over the next few slides, I'll provide a brief update on the status of each initiative by focus area, and there will be a more comprehensive report coming to Council on November 6th with the third quarter update. So today is just a brief update to give you a good idea of where we're at. And this slide here, it provides a summary snapshot of fiscal 2024 initiatives, and will be followed by individual slides by focus area, and we'll talk about each of the initiatives briefly. But of the 21 initiatives budgeted in fiscal 2024, 3 are complete at this point in time, 15 are in progress, and 3 are not yet started. Of the 3 that haven't been started, the timelines for 2 of them were deferred by council resolution to 2025 due to capacity issues in 2024, and the 3rd is a placeholder for council decision-making, and its budget will be carried forward to 2025. So in climate change, all of the initiatives are in progress. The tree canopy, an initial analysis of 2022 aerial photo for the tree canopy coverage was received, and staff are working with a third-party consultant, and that work is nearing completion, and a report is anticipated to council in Q4 of 2024. The Community Wildfire Resiliency Plan, again, a report was provided to council in June, and there are 2 fuel management prescriptions planned for completion in the 4th quarter of 2024. The corporate community emissions report and corporate emission inventory, council approved combining these 2 initiatives into one in June, or July rather, due to their interrelated components. And the community emissions report has been coordinated by the RDN, and that report is complete. And corporate emissions reporting is underway. And most of that work will be done in-house, or is being done in-house. The fleet right sizing policy development for strategic process to transition from conventional fossil fuels to electric power. And an RFP was issued and a consultant was selected earlier in the year, and work has commenced. And completion of this initiative is anticipated in Q1 of 2025. The community outreach support, staff are investigating options to work with a specialized firm to prepare a climate action outreach strategy and communications materials. I'm going to go to economic prosperity. We have 2 initiatives in this area. The tourism and small business promotion is a council discretionary decision-making placeholder with a $10,000 budget. The unused budget will be carried forward to 2025 for this initiative. And the Pathways to Sustainable Economic Development scope of work to be included in the RFP to identify a consultant to undertake this is in progress, and this initiative is largely grant funded. Is there anything you'd like to add to that, Luke, or no? Okay, then I'll move on to good governance. Good governance planner position is reported complete on this slide. Candidate was hired in July 2023 for a 3-year term. Subsequently, council approved converting this position from temporary to permanent status. As the CAO had mentioned, this position is currently vacant. The incumbent vacated the position in October, and recruitment is underway to fill this vacancy. This position will be funded from the Strategic Initiatives Reserve until mid-2026, after which funding will revert to taxation. The committee and commission review phase 1 work was completed early in 2024, and next steps are to complete phase 2 in 2025. Report with recommendations. There will be a report to council with recommendations after phase 2 is completed. The collaboration in Qualicum First Nation and Salmon, we have a $15,000 placeholder for discretionary council decision making, and the remaining budget of that initiative will be carried forward to 2025. It's largely unspent in 2024. In the town site web design, the new website and design content is nearly complete, and launch is anticipated for either late this year or early in the new year. The remaining budget, employer of choice is a placeholder to optimize staff department performance, and it's comprised of training and modernizing workplace practices. And the remaining budget for this initiative will be carried forward to 2025. Later, when you're reviewing scoping sheets, there will also be a proposal for this initiative to be operationalized, meaning that it'll be reported under the HR department in the budget book as part of their update to the organization. The comprehensive policy review, consultant to review and update and call out. This initiative is for a consultant to review and update and call out dated policies and to address potential risk that outdated policies present to the organization. Council approved deferring commencement of this initiative from 2024, where it was budgeted, to 2025 in July due to lack of staff capacity in 2024. And the visual identity refresh is comprised of alignment of the town wordmark and crest with an overall town identity. And it'll provide a consistent look and feel across all town assets, both physical and digital. And the project start date was deferred to 2025 and will commence following completion of the website. Then in terms of housing, our CIO talked about the housing announcement implementation on November 1st. This was a placeholder for compliance with the November 2023 housing announcements, and it was comprised of basically policy reviews, zoning, and other bylaw updates, and establishment of streetscape standards, servicing requirements, park spaces, housing needs, etc. The first phases of the zoning bylaw updates are complete, and housekeeping bylaw amendments are underway. As the works are much better known now than when this first placeholder was established, there will be a request later on to rename this initiative and scoping sheet to represent the zoning update and legal fees, and other works required have been identified in standalone scoping sheets. In the community health and well-being focus area, the organizational service review was comprised of essentially in 2024, works were focused on Parks Department service level review, and recommendations from the review will be brought forward to Council during both strategic planning later today and during the budget process, which will commence in November. Any unspent budget for this initiative will be carried forward for the subsequent year for further reviews. In the healthcare property space initiative, represented a space leased for the possibility of attracting healthcare professionals to Qualicum Beach. The initiative was completed in Q2, and the lease space was given up at the end of April. The OCP Quality of Life RFP was issued for a consultant to support a survey, and this is anticipated to be completed in 2025. Community volunteerism is a placeholder for council discretionary decision-making related to community volunteer initiatives. It has a $10K budget, and the unused budget will be carried forward to 2025 for this initiative. The Flowerstone initiative, this was essentially approved during the year by council resolution. Council approved a one-time contribution of $10,000 to support nurse practitioner recruitment by the Flowerstone Society. In terms of progressive infrastructure, the BC Hydro item is the remaining budget from the 2023 changeout of leased streetlights. In 2024, the remaining budget was used in 2024 to retain a illumination engineering consultant to review the 25 streetlight complaints that were received between September 1st, 2023 and May 1st, 2024. In the asset replacement strategy, essentially a report was provided to council, and alternative financing strategies were presented to council with respect to addressing the deficit in the asset reserve balances for sustainable asset replacement. And the council decision was to consider options during the 2025 budget process prior to approval of the 2025 to 2029 financial plan. And now we're going to switch gears and review Yeah, we're going to switch gears and review basically initiatives that were scheduled and budgeted in fiscal 2024 to planning for 2025 strategic planning. As indicated on the slide, staff work plans, capacity, and available funding must be considered when a scoping sheet is reconsidered or introduced, and recommendations and timelines result. Scoping sheets updated for previously approved initiatives for reconsideration and for new initiatives for new initiatives are referred to as blue sky initiatives. The information, so taking a look at our scoping sheets before us, the information on the scoping sheet is comprised of information including the council focus area for the initiative that the initiative falls under. It has an initiative, it has the initiative name, a more detailed description of the initiative, and identification of the staff member that will be leading the initiative. There's a financial section, which is a larger section in the middle of the scoping sheet, and it's comprised of the year that the initiative is scheduled for, the estimated required expenditure or budget. It also identifies how the initiative will be funded and the estimated staff hours that each initiative will require. If the initiative will result in ongoing staff time or an estimated additional FTE requirements are needed, that's also identified on your scoping sheets. Scoping sheet also includes staff comment section where staff may provide additional information or rationale to support a recommendation to the committee of the whole. The level of public consultation and engagement is also listed on the scoping sheet, which will significantly impact resources that are required. So each scoping sheet must be advanced for consideration in strategic planning by either a member of council, staff, or council resolution. And I'll turn the chair back to you there.
Thank you. And I think at this time, we're going to ask Ms. Hepkirk to lead us through the rest of this program. So I turn this chair over to you.
Thanks so much. It's great to be back. I love working with this community because you've just, I think, done such an exemplary job. Lou, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but every year the Local Government Management Association offers a course to aspiring CAOs, and Lou and Raj came last year and presented your strategic planning process to a group of 30 aspiring and new CAOs, and they kind of wowed the people in the class. And I just think you've done such a great job of building a process that works for your organization, and I commend you on it. And I think you can see the success of this after we're going into the third year of being focused and disciplined about getting good information and really focusing on the things that you want to do. I was just going to go back, Raj, to your slides that had all of the initiatives that are underway or ongoing, and just ask Council if you have any questions about those things that Raj did a great job of just sort of running through. I just thought we might take a pause and see if you have any questions of your staff about those things, and then we'll move on.
Sorry, there was just one slide.
Since I turn over the chair,
Yeah,
you raise your questions directly to me.
Yeah, you've handed off the chairing to me, so
Okay.
yeah, Councillor Harrison.
Acting chair. So just a question actually for Ms. Farrell in her presentation. It was on the FOIs. Was that 100 we had last year? Okay, because I just want to highlight for folks, the town of Ladysmith a week ago implemented a fee for FOIs when they had 16. And we're dealing with over 100. 2022, they had 6. Next year, they had 13. This year, they have 16 to date. So that was just one thing. It's more for the future council meetings, but I'm just sort of storing that in my brain that's a lot more than most other small communities, it seems. So, because it has a huge impact on our administrative staffing. Those FOIs take a long time to fill in. So I just wanted to check that. Thanks.
I know you do a lot of research, so why do you think that is?
Good question. I think it's also to, what's the line from Newtonian physics? Objects in motion stay in motion, objects at rest stay at rest. If folks are used to doing it all the time and it's free, and they don't understand the cost for our organization, at the very least we should be reporting out annually, like, here's the cost in terms of staff time for FOIs. And then as a council, we have a decision point to make. Is this something we want to continue? Do we want to raise taxes and just say the status quo is fine? Or do we want to follow other communities' lead and put in a fee? And then there's choices, and whatever the choice of council is, the choice of council will be. But yeah, giving staff more work impromptu like this is, I'm sure, is very appreciated. But that is something where we're an outlier. I just when I was reading the Ladysmith press release just a little while ago, that sort of popped in my eye when I saw the slide deck. Sorry.
Thank you.
Any other questions about any of the other initiatives that Raj reviewed? Okay, awesome. So our job now is to turn to page 7 in your binder and go through the initiatives. And there's 2 blocks of initiatives here. The first one are previously approved initiatives that where there's some suggestion that there might be a change. It might be potentially a change in scope or a change in timing or a change in funding allocations. So in those cases, council's already seen them and approved them, but some modification is required by council. And then the second group are new initiatives. So we're going to go through these one by one. The staff are going to present the an overview of each of them, right, Lou? All right. You're going to just hit me if I'm off track here, and then council will make some kind of a determination about how they want to proceed. So does that make sense, Councillor Harrison?
The only thing for this process I was looking at is that there's something that is set up in our strategic plan for 2028, and it's something I want to talk about maybe advancing it sooner. So is there a point where we'll look at our existing strategic plan and then sort of say, can we move things around?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Lou, do you want to respond to that?
Thank you, Chair. So the sheets that we have before you, there's 18 for reconsideration that would adjust timelines on projects. I'm not sure if it was the item you're referring to was captured in that list of 18. So again, over to council if that's something like you'd like to add on as well.
Sorry, were you thinking of an item that's not in this group?
Yeah,
oh,
so
okay.
it's something that's in our strategic plan, but it's
okay.
budgeted in year 2028.
Okay.
And that's just the conversation. I was wondering if we're going to have that at some point during this process, because I know there's multiple meetings.
Okay.
I don't have the agenda for the future meetings, so.
My suggestion would be that we go through these ones that are in your binder, and then if you want to bring that up as the last one, and we can bring it before council. So again, it's a modification to the timing is what you're after, right? Yeah. Yeah, that suits you? Yeah. Okay. Any other questions about the process? There's a lot of information here, so ask questions if it's not clear. It took me a bit of time to get my head around all of this too. Okay, so the first one, sorry, are we going to get to the sheets?
Just go to page 11 and you see the first one at the top of the list.
So on your agenda package, page 11.
Yeah, page 11 is.
Sorry, it might have been easier if I had drove the slides for you, Allison.
There we go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So the first one in the focus area of climate action and asset management, natural asset consolidation. So is this going to Lou? Sorry, it's not. To Rob.
If we could just have the recommendation up as well, and then staff can speak to the sheet, but on the actual slide deck, there is a recommendation for each of the sheets that go forward.
Okay.
There you go. Next page. There you go. So for each sheet that we move through, just for a little additional information, we've got the recommendation up on the slide for the benefit of council and the public. And if I could just add one more piece of information that I don't think we added when we went through the scoping sheets, we had a really good question about what the coding means at the top. So for example, with this particular sheet, we see it's coded 24CA01. 24 is the year it was brought forward in strategic planning. The CA is the focus area, so climate action, and then O1 is actually, it was just the first one that was produced under this focus area, so that might help folks as well. And then if staff could just speak to the comments as per the sheet, and then council can discuss. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I can just, if I wasn't clear about this, and we'll see what council wants to actually do here, but if it's pretty straightforward and you can make the recommendation and pass the resolution after each one of these items, all the better, I think, because it'll be fresh in all of our minds. If they are an item that you think you want to leave to the end, that's fine. We'll come back to it. We'll just see how that works out. So, and we have a parking lot over here that we can use too. So, Rob?
Excellent, thank you. Asset management is something that municipal governments have been looking at in quite detail for about 20 years. That has been mostly engineering aspects like pipes and roads and that fun stuff. What this is doing now is about 10 years now, maybe a little longer, we've seen asset management now focusing on those natural assets and actually valuing nature and their contribution to our day-to-day living. It might be trees removing carbon, it might be a forest as a heat sink during the summer, could be our aquifer, which helps actually clean our water so well that we just have to chlorinate it, we don't have to filter it or anything else, which could be a $60 million additional plant for us. So we value that, which has a huge value. And so what this is doing right now is we're just going through and finalizing our asset management plan, and then we'll be implementing it, which will have some changes to our culture, the way we do things a little bit as an organization and a community, but also it will have some costs. And so we'd like to implement that for an additional couple years so we can get kind of that as our new reality and then start putting in this additional lens of natural assets and then be able to understand what that's going to cost and what our obligations are towards that.
Awesome, thanks, Rob. So can you just clarify what the suggested change is to this one?
The changes, and there's a couple of resolutions from the past, but we're deferring this to 2027.
Okay. Yeah, Councillor Skipsey?
Okay, thank you. This was one that I had brought forward. And I think that staff do a really good job of explaining the reasoning behind deferring it to 2027. And the fact that it's not that we're not doing anything. We are doing a study of our aquifers and groundwater. So, yeah, I'm fine with moving the recommendation. I do have one question, which is, if we're adjusting the budget from 2025 and 2026, was there any staff time allocated along with that that would free up some staff time now that we're not looking at this in those years, but in 2027?
Lou?
Thank you. So I think, again, it's one of the things that we've advanced. As this was brought forward last year, we really didn't have those capacity hours. Still a work in progress. I think we're much more advanced for the planning department than we are for other departments, such as infrastructure services. So I wouldn't say that we have any additional free time. In fact, I would say the plate overflows for this current department right now. So thank you.
So moved by Councillor Skipsey, or, yep, seconded by the Mayor. Councillor Harrison?
And I think these recommendations are pretty reasonable, and this is something we should get on. I'm glad we're dealing with the water first, because it's quite the topic these days. Although there's so much I wish I could say about why Parksville is having issues with water, but I'll leave that for another time. It's not what you think, is the short answer. But the only question I had really is with the third recommendation, just where it says it's two-third grant dependent. Obviously, we don't know in 2 years' time, who knows what's going to happen with the provincial government? Who knows what the grants will be available? So is there anything where essentially if, for example, there wouldn't be a grant to support that sort of work in 2 years' time, that's not going to be something that will make sure we don't actually do this at the tail end of our term? Or the start of the next council's term, I think.
Lou?
Thank you, Chair. So again, Council looks at this every year, and we know strategic planning and budget are, it's a snapshot in time. I think the big piece that's important is that when those conditions change, we bring that item back to Council for further direction, and that's staff's commitment. So I think, again, if that grant wasn't available and it's still something Council wanted to advance, you could revisit that in strategic planning to see if that's something you wanted a different funding source for.
Any other comments or questions? You call the motion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. And Councillor Skipsey, I'm sorry, I should have asked you to speak to this right off the bat, and I didn't. I'll get on that for, I think Councillor Young is the, not this one, but the next one, so I will try to turn my mind to that. So the next item, again, under climate action, building facilities greenhouse gas audit. Again, is this Luke?
Yes, thank you, Allison. This is a housekeeping update to our strategic initiatives. Council has already approved an increase in budget, which reflects a pending grant application. So this is, there are no recommendations associated with this initiative. It's a housekeeping item. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Skipsey? And then Councillor Harrison?
Just for clarification's sake, the $50,000 that was budgeted in 2024, was that at a strategic planning? I thought it was, but maybe not. And now it's under a grant, so I wondered if that freed up any money.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Skipsey. What the grant has done is allowed us to take on a much larger project. So when the initiative was first proposed, it was going to be a fairly high-level audit of the town's facilities and opportunities for energy efficiency upgrades. Now it's essentially a detailed review of multiple facilities in the town. So, you know, a very exhaustive engineering review, for example, of the municipal hall, civic center, and the community hall. So those are all going to be examined in detail. That wasn't even a scope that we had considered because of the budget implications, but now with the grant, it's a much higher scope, detailed review. Thank you.
Councillor Harrison, did you, no, nothing?
That was basically the question.
So was council's previous resolution acknowledge the change in scope, or do you want a resolution to recognize the change in scope in this, for this one?
We've already received the resolution for the change in scope. I think why this is here is last year we had that very colorful table council may consider that we fondly called the Pantone table. We've shifted away from that this year, and now these scoping sheets are going to be the record keeping of each of these strategic initiatives. So as council resolutions happen, timelines, anything changes, it will be recorded in this scoping sheet, and council will provide a resolution. So we have very clear breadcrumbs for your decision making on each of these initiatives.
Okay. We'll go to the next one, still in the climate action theme, focus area. And we'll go to Councillor Young first, and then we'll go to staff. And then we have a member representing a residents association to speak to. Okay, great. Councillor Young.
Could it be possible that we have the other presentation first and then I can
Sure.
speak to it? Thank
Yep,
you.
certainly. Yep. So let's go to staff first. Luke?
Thank you, Allison. The tree protection bylaw was adopted in 2023, and at that time, the town didn't have time to allocate resources for public engagement on this. So there was a plan to review the tree bylaw within a year. That didn't take place. We were forced to defer a lot of items because of Bill 44 and the requirements on the planning department. So currently this is allocated in a future year for review. And so my understanding is that this was put forward as a proposal to undertake this tree protection bylaw review in an earlier year. I think the proposal was 2025. So the recommendation from staff is to increase the budget. We're recognizing that the budget's low, but not to amend the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? Mr. Mayor?
Perhaps we should wait for Mr. Monahan to make his presentation, but in the report, well, it was his report basically on page 3 and 4 of his report, it has a number of items highlighted in yellow. All these recommendations seem like a reasonable thing to amend or housekeep the tree bylaw with. I share the concern raised by Mr. Monahan that if we don't make some of these changes, there will be a growing resentment of the tree bylaw. So to staff, how difficult would it be to turn it into like a housekeeping amendment so we can advance some of these ideas into our tree bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair to Mayor Westbrook. If you look at these updates as a purely technical exercise, in terms of making these exact changes, the scope of work is fairly limited. However, the public expectation for engagement on this, I think, would open up the scope to a much larger process, because here we have articulated very clearly and with a lot of rationale the changes that this group would like to see, but there are likely other groups in the town and/or residents that would also like to have their opinions shared and perhaps like their changes to also be included as a housekeeping amendment. So it's the caution around the resourcing and that it be remaining in an outer year is not because of the challenge of doing these exact things articulated in the letter before you, but just recognizing that public engagement would have to be a portion of this, or would reasonably be a part of a tree protection bylaw update, since when council originally adopted the tree protection bylaw, there was an understanding that there would be consultation in a future update. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervalk and then Councillor Harrison.
I'm just a bit concerned because I think there was also a public expectation that the review would happen relatively soon after the bylaw was approved. So I think, sorry, I'm trying to find the right word. So I think that time is an issue, timing is an issue, and also we've already seen a few examples of residents coming forward with trying to review their specific situation, and there's a lot of staff time, meeting time involved in that. So it may well be better to try to do something sooner rather than later, would be my concern or comment.
Councillor Harrison?
Yeah, just a couple of things. One, how much, like these scoping sheets were undertaken when we had 3 planners, and now we have 2 planners. So I'm just wondering if some of these timelines have taken that into consideration firstly, and there's the second question.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. All of the estimates in the scoping sheets before you are based on the assumption that that vacant position will be filled before 2025. So the timelines and strategic plan would have to be adjusted if we were unable to fill that position. Thank you.
Okay, and then just the second question?
Sure.
And just to highlight too, like we did, for example, we posted for an engineering tech position over the scope of a year and weren't able to fill it, unfortunately, just because they're in such high demand. Fair enough. So I would love us to fill that position sooner, but just highlighting that might not happen. Obviously, we'll have a conversation then. Just the second thing procedurally for me more than anything else is that I do want to highlight, we did essentially, pardon me, a committee of the whole which had some forewarning, and so we got a wide range of views at that. And I just highlight, when we're doing the strategic planning at basically 9:30 or no, sorry, 10 to 10, there are a lot of folks who are working right now who aren't able to attend, and we heard some people who have some expertise highlight other issues with our trade bylaw. So I'd hesitate to say that one individual gets their position advanced, and the other feedback we heard waits for a year. Particularly because for me, I disagree fundamentally with the whole idea of a security for a tree plan. Instead, there should be a fee like any other violation of a bylaw that when the tree dies in 2 years' time, then you pay the fee. Basically, it gets around a little old lady having to spend an extra $2,000 or so of fees and held in a security. So I think there's a lot of changes I like to see to this. I do understand why staff say we want to have a pretty broad process and not just do some. But yeah, I have a little bit of an issue where it's a recommendation from a residents association. The presentation is from an individual citizen. And then we have a process which is more staff-based. It just seems a bit anomalous from the rest of the scoping sheets.
So just on that, we had proposed to give Mr. Monahan 3 minutes to speak to his submission, but I defer to council. Do you feel you want to discuss this yourselves, or would you like to hear from Mr. Monahan? I mean, you have his presentation in front of you. I saw Councillor Young's hand, but could we just deal with that for the moment before we get into the discussion? Is that okay with you?
I don't mind the presentation being made. I'm just highlighting, though, that we should really be looking at that committee of the whole, where we heard from a much broader range of people. If we're going to think about a course of action, that's going to be done immediately.
Others? Councillor Young, would you like to speak before we hear from Mr. Monahan, or after? After. Okay. So, Mr. Monahan, as spokesperson for the Friends of Qualicum Beach Forest, and we have a timer. Can we activate the timer for 3 minutes? Do you guys have control over that, or do I? Okay. All right. Good. 3 minutes and then.
All right. Thank you, Allison, and thank you, Your Worship, and council members. I'm speaking to you today. I was the author of this report, but it was also endorsed, actually put forward by the Friends of the Qualicum Beach Forest, and then picked up by the Qualicum Beach Residents Association, and so I'm speaking on behalf of the QBRA at this point. The proposal is in front of you. I think the important thing to note about this proposal is that we recognize that there are intense issues in terms of staff time and budget at council today, and I don't envy anybody who has to deal with the impacts of Bill 44. So I totally understand that, which is why we focused on, we identified that there are 3 types of issues in this bylaw. Right up front, there are those issues which create real unfairness between people in the community. Secondly, there are policy issues that relate to the bylaw. And thirdly, there are lots of small things in the bylaw that can be managed by policy and by intelligent application of common sense into the future. But for now, we're focusing on these issues that really address the unfairness of the bylaw. So we've identified 5 issues. One of the issues, and I think it's actually one of the more important issues, is not specific to the bylaw at all, but it's specific to the policy surrounding the bylaw. And that is, it's the number 5 issue in this document, or at least the number 2 issue. And it refers to the council, and the town is not committing in any way to mirror the requirements that it's imposing on citizens in this community. And so when council cuts trees, there's no requirement to plant replacement trees. And when individuals cut trees, there is a requirement to plant replacement trees. What that means is that the burden of maintaining the community forest, the urban forest within Qualicum Beach, is put on the taxpayer, and the council is not sharing in that obligation. In fact, council then could become one of the primary causes of the deforestation in this community. So that is a real unfairness issue that I feel needs to be addressed. And specifically, when you get a development where a private operator developing wants to or needs to cut trees that are on town land, for instance, in a laneway, there's no requirement to plant replacement trees there because it's on town property. This can be solved by policy. 3 minutes is up. Okay. This can be resolved by policy simply by the town adopting that policy. But these are the kinds of unfairness issues, and I feel it's important that we move forward on that in the near future. Other parts of the bylaw can be put off to the future. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak.
Thanks so much, and sorry to have to do that to you. Council, we had scheduled a break at 10. Do you want to move that to 10:15 or 10:30 to deal with this issue?
So Young wanted to speak after the presentation, so I think go ahead.
Okay, that's why I was asking this question, but go ahead, and then we'll come back to the question and see if we want to break. Councillor Young?
I'd like to mention that the memorandum from staff and position of the Friends of Qualicum Beach Forests confirmed that the tree protection bylaw is fundamentally flawed. The original passing of the bylaw was rushed with limited public engagement. There is limited benefit to protecting trees on private property when one of the largest owners of tree property in the town itself, is exempt. At the time of the passing of the bylaw, there was to be an early review of the bylaw, but now the town does not have the resources to perform a proper review in a timely fashion. So the options are, 1, to keep a flawed bylaw enacted without due consideration to continue because the town lacked resources, or 2, to put the flawed bylaw on hold while it is remedied. If the flawed bylaw is allowed to continue, A, residents will continue to incur significant costs and time for what? B, residents' houses will continue to be put at risk of wildfire due to the costs imposed by the bylaw if they seek to fire safe their homes. C, the town will continue to incur costs in enforcement of a rushed, questionable bylaw. And D, council resists opposition to the bylaw becoming stronger. So the cost will be incurred without a proper vetting of a bylaw that has limited practical benefit in any climate change argument and put residents' homes at risk. At a minimum, there must be changes that allow residents to fire smart their homes without incurring the costs set forth in the bylaw, and potentially to make the changes proposed by the Friends of Qualicum Beach. But now there are no town resources to make the change. If the town does not have the resources to review the tree bylaw, there is only one option. The tree bylaw should be repealed, given the attention and public input that all bylaws in a democratic municipality surely require, and only brought back after proper input and debate. And then I'd also like to add that it was mentioned that the tree canopy update would be in the fourth quarter, as well as the community wildfire resiliency plan. I'd like to see if the tree canopy, the trees are mostly owned by the town, and it doesn't really include the need of the residential trees. So in this bylaw, if we were to have one, I'd like to say, can we trust our citizens to respect climate change and to not just go ahead and arbitrarily chop down trees, but recognize that and be mindful of our environment. And also that we don't review the tree bylaw until we hear from the Community Wildfire Resiliency Plan.
Thank you. I don't support pulling back the bylaw. I think it's good. It just needs a little tweaking. But when we had some applications for reconsideration come forward to council, staff had mentioned that they were working or would be working on a policy to support the bylaw, and I just wondered when or if that's something operational that we don't need to fund, but just a bit more information on that policy, please.
Lou?
Thank you. Through the chair. So staff is working on a policy to provide recommendations for consistency in approach to appeals. We anticipate bringing that forward in November, perhaps December. But again, it's to deal with the appeals and associated rationale, because we thought that would be beneficial for both council and the public.
Okay. Councillor Harrison?
Yeah, so I meant to send it to the mayor over the weekend. I just forgot that I had sent it as a draft, and I had actually sent it to him. But I mentioned to him about a week ago that the city of Vernon recently had a significant debate on their tree bylaw. And basically what they did is they passed it back to staff. They didn't implement it yet because they figured they want to make sure that it's a very smooth process for citizens. Everyone understands what the rules are. I do think, to both councillors' points, I do think there's a middle ground where I would think, and forgive me if I'm speaking out of place, I think everyone on council agrees we don't want to see lots just clear cut for the sake of being clear cut. Nobody supports that. We should have some sort of rule in place to prevent that. I think that's fair. How we get there is, I think, the tricky question we have right now. But just comparing right now while everyone was talking, our enacted bylaw to the draft bylaw in Vernon, there are exemptions for Fire Smart. There are exemptions for utilities and other issues. And we don't have those exemptions in our bylaw. I do think we need to do a pretty thorough update of this, particularly because when we passed it, we said we'd do it within a year, and now we're past a year. The committee of the whole was in April of this year, right? So, but there's limited staff capacity, especially right now when we're down a planner. So yes, next year we'll have a planner. So it's a really, I honestly don't know where I land on the idea of suspending it. I just feel that we should be doing it the right way when we do it. That's sort of traditionally how we do things in town, is we don't sort of do Band-Aids, we actually do it the right way. But it's hard because this is something where I think we need feedback from folks from a variety of different positions. And even with the Vernon bylaw, again, they still have the security. I still disagree categorically with securities. The last issue too, and because I don't really have a position here, I can sort of see both sides. I'm sort of in the middle. And this is also technically more like a committee. We don't formally suspend a bylaw. That'd have to be in a normal council meeting, I think, technically. So this is a good conversation, but for folks who are worried about suspending the bylaw, we couldn't do that even if we wanted to. But I do think this is something where we really need to look at other communities too and make sure we have something that makes sense for the situation in our community, which is, you know, some tree bylaws are more for a very dense, overbuilt community where you really want to increase that tree canopy. We have a pretty healthy tree canopy, but we don't want to lose a lot of it. So how do we get a bylaw that sort of is designed for the reality on the ground in Qualicum Beach? And I know that's going to take some time. I don't know what a policy about appeals, if that would fix some of the fundamental issues. Because I just think back to that committee of the whole where we had that person doing a subdivision saying, well, it's going to cost me $400,000 to comply with the tree bylaw just to do a 5-home subdivision. So yeah, that's when I sort of was saying, like, no slight to Mr. Monahan. I think he has some really good ideas in here. Like, I think actually there's some good work here. But I just remember that presentation, what's her name, Rachel? I forget her surname. But sort of saying some of the issues she's seeing with subdivisions that are complying with the OCP, complying with the existing zoning, and then there's a huge fee on top of it. So that's why I'm really mixed on the tree bylaw right now. Like, I don't want to see a void, but at the same time, I'm really not happy with where we're at. So I guess this is just more for debate. Sorry to take up so much time.
Mr. Mayor?
I actually agree with much of what Councillor Harrison just said. And that's why I thought if we could do this as a housekeeping thing, I know there will be other people, but they'll come to the meeting as well, that we could insert these changes. I think it would make it a lot better bylaw than it is currently. And the comment that if the town doesn't do it well, that's the town gets away with it. Actually, the town is the people. The town is the people that represent, that we are representing, that own all these forested lands. And I walk through those forests all the time. And I don't know how you keep track of which tree is dying and which one may be coming down soon with the wind. But these changes presented by Mr. Monahan, I think, are reasonable and would go a long way to remove some of the growing resentment that people have. You know, we've had this bylaw now for well over a year. And when you drive out of town, past the town boundaries, going into Johnson Street or French Creek or the other way, there's no difference where you say, oh, they don't have a tree bylaw here. You can tell. There's no difference than what we have and what the neighboring communities have. And I agree with what Councillor Harris said. We talked about that we don't want properties to be clear-cut. If it's a treed lot, come to the town, you want to do some development, let's see how many trees we can save. But once a home has been built and there's some trees around it, and especially with this fire risk situation, I don't think we should be, and I don't want to use the term use the term big brother, but people understand, and most people like trees. It's nice for the shade, they know it's important for the environment, but having such a czar over people's property, I got fired up over this tree protection when I saw what the Todsons did in Eagle Crest. They took the trees away and said, well, now we might as well develop it because the trees are gone. And then the lot on Juniper Road that the town used to own, just clear cut the thing. And a lot in town here, I think on First. And I go, this is not right. We got to do something about that. But controlling every tree on everybody's property to me, is an overreach. That's just my opinion. Thank you. I think it's time for a break.
I'm just going to ask Councillor Vandervalk, is there anything that you want to add?
Well, I'm of a similar mind where we need to do something. I like the tree bylaw. We do need to make the changes, but I'm just not sure if we should be putting it off until 2028. So we're kind of behind a rock, or between a rock and a hard place in terms of timing. We want to do something, but when can we do it in terms of budgeting and staff time? Perhaps instead of pushing it to 2028, which is a long way away, maybe we can shorten that, but not necessarily in 2025. So that would be my consideration.
Just a suggestion. Further down, we have a staff-driven coping sheet, and it's about reviewing all the policies. And that's a lot of work. We've got a binder of policies that most people don't even know exist, and what is in it, even less. But we're going to spend 60 grand based on the scoping sheet on that. I think if we did this instead of going to the policy binder, which very few people are even aware of, but this is in their top of mind. And there's another bylaw that we're looking at, is the DCC bylaw and the airport bylaw. Let's focus on real things that we're dealing with that cost us money or we're losing money. And this, I think, to improve the quality of life for the people we serve, I think this would go ahead for me than spending 60 grand on reviewing the policy binder. That's just my thought.
Lou?
Thank you. So my suggestion respectfully would be that we parking lot the tree bylaw for now and come back to it. It's not as simple as transferring one for the other, especially when we're speaking about policies. The policies that we have I consider represent significant risk to the organization. So if we're not in compliance with all of those policies that we're not fully aware of, if we don't understand the content, there is risk to the organization. So it's not as simple as one to the other, but I think if council wishes to resource us, perhaps there's budget for a consultant, there's something like that. So if we could come back to this particular item, which is the tree protection bylaw, staff could convene and talk about possible solutions, and we could subsequently make another recommendation.
That was going to be my suggestion. I just want to add to Lou, or maybe ask you to speak to it, Lou. I mean, you have staff resources in your administration policy end of things. This is not in that area. You can't transfer those resources, right? So that's, I mean, I certainly understand the logic of the suggestion, but it's not as easy to do that. So let's take a break until 25 after, if that suits you. Yeah, at 25 after, and we'll come back, and then I don't know if you want to talk about this in the interim and come back, or we'll just put it into the parking lot at the end of the day. Do you have a suggestion?
Thank you. So I'd like to hold it to the end of the day, just so between now and then staff can talk about it. I also did want to note, kindly Chair, if you'll indulge me, there is coffee and cookies for the public in the lobby. Again, thank you for being here today.
Okay. And I just saw a hand up over here. Is that it, Councillor?
I was going to suggest too that it's a good idea to have a list of things, because if we try to suggest a course of action, there might be something 10 pages in that we think, well, this is also a thing we should exchange for something else. And so having that parking lot, there are multiple days for this, so we don't have to make all the decisions right away. But it's good to flag where there's a issue. And I think that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's take a break, come back at 25 after, and the parking lot's been created. Thank you. We are going to reconvene. It's 25 after. Thanks. That was a great discussion. The staff have just convened, and what they'd like to suggest to you regarding the tree protection bylaw is for them to do a little bit of work, and they'll bring it back November 1st for your consideration. Does that suit council? Okay, great. It's a plan. Just let me make sure that I've got this right. We're on to economic prosperity, pathways to sustainable economic development. This is brought forward by the staff, so I'll just turn it over to the staff.
Thank you, Allison. So the next strategic initiative to review is the Pathways to Sustainable Economic Development project. This project is grant funded primarily. There's a small portion of staff time and a small budget implication, but it's primarily grant funded. So what this project is looking at the town's long-term strategic plan for economic development, which is in the official community plan. So we identify a number of goals from an economic perspective, but there's never been any feasibility analysis or project to determine what it would take to actually pursue those goals. So that's what this project is. It was successful in grant funding, and the funding organization certainly felt that it was a good pathway forward to actually advancing our economic development goals. So this did go to council in a previous meeting, and council had a number of questions about the scope, and so staff have listened to those comments at the last meeting, and we are amending the RFP and the memo to reflect those, and then it will be coming back to council for one more discussion. So as an example, at the last council meeting, it was identified that we were doing a retail gap analysis, but there wasn't any plan to identify gaps in services, because services are also important to the community. So that would be an example of one of the amendments that we would make in reflection of council's comments at that time. So the recommendation is just regarding the fact that it will be carried forward to 2025, and there are budget implications primarily because it's $100,000 of the initiative is grant funded, and it's essentially reflecting just that. So quick summary, we're bringing this back to council, reflecting some of the council comments at the last meeting, and the two recommendations are primarily housekeeping. Thank you.
The resolutions are before you. Any discussion, questions of staff? Councillor Van der Valk?
Yeah. It was my understanding from the last, the meeting that Mr. Sales mentioned regarding the RFP, that there is a timeline constraint in terms of the grant funding. Is that correct?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Van der Valk. Yes, the project has to be completed, I believe it's the first quarter of 2026. So it's not pending, but it is a major project that should take, the majority of a year. So we do have some time, but there is an outside date that we can't cross. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. When we talked about it, we go through a lot of exercise to get this report, but we know basically what they're going to suggest. You need more housing for people that work here but can't find a place to rent or can't afford it, let alone buy a house. They're going to talk about you need healthcare services, because when families come in and they can't find a family physician, you need one of those. There are other things that the community will tell you. One of it is homelessness. When they see people walk into the store and causing a concern, or sleeping in the ATM machine rooms at banks, that's a concern. So these all affect the economic prosperity of our local businesses. And it's not good for the people who want to buy stuff in their store either. So we know what we need to do. So how is this report going to address that? Rather than telling us again that's what we need, is having actually ideas of how to deal with them. Is that a possibility, that this RFP could result in actually actionable items?
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. Well, that certainly would be the intention. So a few comments. One is that there are other initiatives underway with regard to the other areas you mentioned. So, for example, with regard to housing, where there's a housing needs report that will be finished by the end of the year. We're then going to be doing the official community plan review next year to focus a lot of the time on housing and how we can improve housing in the area, followed by the zoning amendment. We have a separate one about healthcare practitioners, which is in this memo. So I think with respect to the current needs, which are very clear, we have a need for housing, we have a need to improve healthcare services. Those are already being advanced. So this project I don't see as a duplicate to that. And so my second overarching comment is that this is a very long-term project. And so as an example, our official community plan identifies that the town should be attracting economic development in the education industry. If we're looking out 30 years, 50 years, which is easily the scope of our official community plan, what would that actually take to embrace an expansion in education? Maybe for seniors, maybe for university-age students. So I guess I think the scope is slightly different because of the time frame. But even if we're planning for a 50-year time frame, we need to be starting to put things in place now. Whether that's land use, policies, governance structures. So I hope that answers your question. I think there's a difference in immediate needs versus the long-term perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Young?
I'm just wondering if part of the grant funding could be allotted to our current executive director of the Chamber of Commerce, who is very engaged and cognizant of the businesses in our area, and it would be part of his job anyways to see how all our businesses can be more vibrant.
Luke?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Young. When a request for proposals is issued, the Chamber of Commerce and any other community organization would certainly be welcome to submit a proposal, either on their own or in partnership with some other organization. So that very well could be a possible outcome. Ultimately, council will be the ones that determines which organization is awarded the proposal. So that's certainly a possibility, but they would need to apply through the process. Thank you.
Councillor Harrison.
Thank you very much, Chair. So one thing I do agree with staff's recommendation that we get on this sooner. We don't want to have to go through the process of doing the RFP and then everyone's busy and they'll get back to us in 3 months. And then suddenly they have 2 months to do a $100,000 grant and we'll get a lot of very shallow commentary, basically speaking. So it's good to get this started early, at least for the consultant side, for them to start getting to work. Just when Mr. Sales, just through you, if I could, mentioned the housing needs reports, are we going to be using a third-party consultant to do it ourselves, or using the tools that the province is basically, well, it's technically the federal government gave the funding, but the housing assessment resource tools through UBC?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. The housing needs report is being done in collaboration with a few other municipalities in the regional district. And so it has been awarded to, I believe it's Van Struth, which is a third-party management professional consultant. Thank you.
And just for the public's benefit, just because I did a presentation at Parksville like a week ago, which used those tools, the existing, the UBC affiliated group says that the 20-year build-out should be an extra 2,000 units, and the affordable housing deficit is about 230 for Qualicum Beach. So our existing OCP, I believe when we had that $12,000 population goal, that was basically if we maxed out the zoning that was in our current OCP, is my understanding. So then 2,000 units is 4,000, 9,300, 13,000. So it's pretty close to what we currently have in terms of our zoning.
Is there
unrelated.
someone that wants to move the recommendation? It sounds like you're all in agreement. Councillor Skipsey, seconded by the mayor. All in favor? Carried? Perfect. We shall move to the next item, which is under good governance. and it is the Employer and Choice Initiatives. Lou.
Thank you, Chair. So this really is a placeholder for staff development to optimize employee engagement and department performance. A good example of this was earlier in 2024, we did some insights training for all staff in the organization, which really is about building team. What we are suggesting as per the recommendation is that we move this, we continue with this expense and endeavor, and then we change it, we operationalize it. So instead of reporting out on it through strategic planning, we'd actually report out on it quarterly through the reporting that council is receiving. So a little bit of difference. We'd like to see it as an ongoing item in the budget and the work planning, and the recommendation is before you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. I move the staff recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Harrison. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next item, again under good governance, the records management project. Lou?
Thank you. So this item is something we've talked a bit about over the last few years, is we really have to be updating our records management in compliance with the Local Government Management Association structure. We do have the benefit of two really great consultants who have provided additional support to us this year. We'd like to keep them on for significant projects in the next year, and records management would be one of them. I think we could get a lot of traction on on this initiative. We would increase the budget by $20,000, so from 40 to 60, and we would include it entirely in fiscal 2025, whereas the initiative was spread over 2 years before.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. I entirely agree that we need to upgrade our record keeping, so I support and move the recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Harrison. Questions?
Just
Councillor
one brief
Harrison?
thing. Oh, sorry. Just through the chair to Ms. Farrell, would this then include things like succession planning for staff? So just making sure we have documentation of sort of internal processes and sort of operational matters?
Through the chair, that might actually be more applicable to the policy consideration, whereas this is really about our end drive, so where we're keeping files on our servers, and then as well as the physical structure of files. So moving things out of people's office and away from those working files into a more holistic organizational filing.
Councillor Skipsey?
Yeah, I just want to say that this is one of those things I think that's not very sexy, but it's really important. So I would fully support it.
I'll call the question then. All in favor? Carried unanimously. The next item, also under good governance, amendment of the Town of Qualicum Beach Downtown Development Cost Charge Reduction Bylaw. Is there a councillor that needs to speak to this one? Yes, Councillor Skipsey. Yeah, thank you.
So when this came back, when this was presented last year, the scope was completely different. It was to redo the whole DCC bylaw, which is not what we're asking for. We're just, I'm just asking to look at the reduction bylaw. And so I think that this is one that's important, and I would like to see it dealt with sooner rather than later. So I hope that council will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. And then it's just staff to you, Lou? Or
I defer to the Director of Planning.
Thanks.
Thank you. So just a few details on the staff comments. So as noted by Councillor Skipsey, when this was considered previously, it was a very much larger project that included some public engagement around the general DCC bylaw. So after discussion with Councillor Skipsey, it was clear that the request is not to advance that whole review. It's just to make some very specific changes to the DCC reduction bylaw itself. So this scoping sheet reflects that. And so the budget is very low. It's only $2,000, anticipating some need for legal review. And there is no public engagement around this. So if council does advance this initiative, it would have to be with acknowledgement of those two factors, that it's very specific amendment, and we don't have resources allocated for public engagement within the scope of this project.
Move that.
Questions? Councillor Skipsey moved it, seconded by Councillor Vandervalk. Discussion? Councillor Harrison?
So I do worry when there's no public consultation, because this is going to impact a lot of things that are happening. So that's the only caution I have. I do think that the idea of reviewing that makes sense. There are the amount of money you get reduced for your DCCs, for example, meeting certain environmental thresholds is, in my view, given how aggressive the STEP code is in BC, I think is kind of out of whack, because it's not so hard to reach some of those objectives, then suddenly you're basically getting a huge reduction in your DCCs. So I do think there's some things where it makes a lot of sense, but I think there's also too the conversation of what are we looking to incentivize, and do we want to have that included? If it's closing off something that gives a break for development, are there things we want to encourage? Like, so if you said, if you have 5% or 10% of your rental units in a larger rental building are below market, then you get a waiver on DCCs equivalent to essentially, so it's no financial loss for the developer. Things like that might require a little bit of feedback, but I don't think it has to be an extensive public feedback, but I do think we should be talking to some folks who build in the area about essentially, I'm thinking of the City of Victoria, forgive me. For those of you who don't know, City of Victoria wanted to have inclusive zoning where you mandate a certain number of affordable units if you have a bigger building. And the staff report had a financial analysis. This maximum you can ask for is 10%, and the council of the day, which was Lisa Helps and Benesett and everyone else, said, well, we'll make it 20% because that's a compromise because we want 50, so 20% is fair. But the economic analysis now doesn't work, so nothing got built. So no one gets a benefit, and now you just have back and forth with some local people that was less than positive. So that's just where that's my only caution with this, is if we don't have to do the full public, at least talking to people who build things for a living might be helpful. And if that's not going to be a significant change in the budget, then that's something I'd support. If it is something that requires a broader change in the budget, then I'd have a bit of an issue.
Councillor Skipsey?
Well, I'll just comment on a couple of things. One, that if you're outside of the village neighborhood currently, you have to pay your DCCs. So I think, there's a bit of fairness thing going on there. And as well, the current DCC reduction bylaw includes affordable housing. So there's no worry, I think, to alleviate some of Councillor Harrison's concerns around affordability. And I think it isn't 2012 anymore. We're not trying to entice people to come and do all this building. I think that developers should pay their DCCs. Thank you.
I just wanted to ask Luke, there's a statutory public consultation that would go on with the amendment bylaw, correct?
To answer the question, there's a statutory process for amending the DCC bylaw, but not a DCC reduction bylaw.
So there would not be opportunity for public comment?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. All right. What do I know? Councillor Skipsey.
Well, just in follow-up, people can always write us with their comments. Maybe not a public forum like this, but certainly we welcome people's comments.
Yeah, that's a foregone conclusion.
Okay.
We're going to get input.
So you have a recommendation. Does somebody want to propose it? Councillor Harrison?
So just if I may then, just through the chair to Mr. Sales, would there be an opportunity with that budget to even just have like a brief series of emails to let folks who are building those sorts of buildings in the area know? Because most people who build in our area are local. We don't have a lot of folks from Vancouver and Qualicum Beach building these buildings. So would that be a reasonable thing, just when we're proposing this, to let them know that this is something that we're looking at?
Luke?
Thank you. So if council does advance this, there would be a staff report provided, perhaps late this year, early next year, and we would be looking for direction on what specifically council wants to see amended. And I think we could also address that question because I think requires a bit more discussion, but there could be an opportunity to inform people through our email list, for example. So if you could indulge us, we could come back with more details. But at this time, we're just looking whether council wants to see this prioritized, with a general scope as described in this document.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I agree with council that we need to look at this. It's not 2012 anymore. And we've seen some significant projects advance that will affect our infrastructure. DCCs are not a tax grab. DCC are assigned for a specific burden on growth that it has on our infrastructure. So seeing these developments happen, when nothing was happening, this was an incentive. But now that they are happening, and we're missing out perhaps on hundreds of thousands of dollars that could be worked to use our infrastructure, water, sewer, roads, parks, that we're not getting, is really not fair to the rest of the community either. And I would say, if I was a developer and they say, would you like to pay DCC? They'd probably say, not really. So to ask a developer community whether they want to pay DCs is kind of a foregone conclusion to that question as well. But I think it has to be fair. It has to be based on the burden on the infrastructure that they create by the development. And that's how it's calculated. Thank you.
Are we ready to move a motion?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All in favor then? Opposed? Carried. The next item, again, under good governance, the airport master plan. To the staff.
Thank you, Chair. So the airport master plan in the current financial plan has this being actioned in 2025. Staff are recommending deferring this by a year to 2026 and making the initiative 100% grant funded. We are doing, or the proposal is, to add a couple other tasks for the airport this year that you'll see in scoping sheets later in your package today. We do only have our airport manager for 3 days, so capacity is an issue for how many things we can take on. The value of this product would be that it would serve as a good discussion point or tool, if you will, to start having those chats with our regional partners about making the airport more of a regional amenity. So we would like to keep it on the books, we'd like to defer it by a year, and we'd like to make it 100% grant dependent for the airport master plan.
Questions of staff? Councillor Van der Valk?
Yeah, I actually would like to be able to look at the other initiatives around the airport before we look or make a decision about this, because I think that there's two. One is I don't know the exact titles of them, but there are two other initiatives that would be looking at the airport. And in one of those initiatives, it suggested that those initiatives may need to be followed by either I can't remember the name of it, but it's like a business plan, because there was a business plan already done around the airport. So either a business plan or a master plan. And I would like to look at those initiatives before we decide on this one, because my feeling is we may not even need a master plan if we have a good business plan, or that if we have a good business plan, that may help our discussions in terms of making it a regional airport as opposed to one supported by the town alone. So that would be my suggestion.
Other comments? Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The plan that was referenced at a 2016 plan from Arrow Edge, a lot of the plan was based on the false assumption that all the airport lands could be developed for housing, and it cannot be. It was granted to the Rotary Club back in the 50s and then turned over to the town, but it had to be all airport related to some degree, to the extreme, where we had a company that I think would have done very well and transport some packages and mail from the airport to wherever they're going. But this plan that if I remember correctly, was about housing on the airport lands and industrial development on the airport lands to the south of the runway. So I wouldn't take too much stock put too much stock in the plan that was there in 2016, because it has to be consistent with the covenant that says it has to be airport related. And that plan, as far as I remember, was not.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison?
And just sort of further to that, because the mayor and I served on the previous term where all this sort of blew up. Yeah. There is a policy that the province has which allows for exceptions. And when we first started that process, and the staff at the day started the process, the then government said, oh yeah, don't worry, you can get exceptions for things, it'll be fine, so do your ambitious plan for live, work, light industry, essentially, at the South Airport lands. And then when we went to them and said, we have some ideas for things which seemed to line up, they said, oh, well, we won't approve it, even if it's in the policy. And it was a bit of a shock at the time. So I think, given the fact that we're in uncertain provincial waters, who knows what the future holds, and they're very different viewpoints, I think this is something that, personally, I don't mind deferring for a year, but I do think, to Councillor Vandervalk's point, I think we might want to set a rule, just as if one person says, I'd want to put that in the parking lot list, we might just want to put it in the parking lot list after a brief debate.
Lou, do you want to offer any comment about the timing of these airport-related items?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the proposal is right now is that we would look at the airport bylaw this current year to see what we could do to bridge funding gaps or other pieces. We do have a few key focuses on the airport manager's plate that would really render this proposal as currently itemized for 2024 or 2025 not achievable. So we don't want to push it out of council's term. We want to have the possibility here, keep it within council's term in 2026, move the funding along with it, which is grant dependent. And again, council could make a decision at your next strategic planning after you have the benefit of the revised bylaw in front of you.
So just so that I'm clear on this, so the airport bylaw review is planned for 2025? And then the airport master plan is proposed for 2026. So the order, those two items are in the order that you were contemplating, I think, right?
What I was suggesting is that we may not need to engage in looking at an airport master plan as such, if through one of the other initiatives we're looking at a business plan as opposed to a master plan. So that's why I wanted the opportunity to look at those before we decide on this.
Yep, Lou.
Thank you. So again, while there is an existing business plan which would need a fresh lens, we wouldn't also be able to achieve a business plan. So whether council decided in 2026, hey, we'd like an airport master plan, or we'd like it to have more of a business plan focus, again, I think that could be a 2026 decision. The point is, it's not achievable in 2025, which is why the recommendation is before council.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. I understand the difficulty with the timelines and also your logic, but I think at this point, from what I see staff identify as what they can deliver, and in the timelines that we have, this would be a reasonable recommendation, so I support the recommendation. However, I'd like to ask about, and you don't have to respond now, you may want to do some checking on that the current bylaw actually allows for charging the touch and go from the flight school, but it's hasn't reached the finance department, so to speak. But there is an option there to have a minimum charge for these touch and go and flight school concerns that we've had. And so go ahead, Shirley.
Through the chair. So staff are currently looking at a software possibility for something like that. Again, because we don't have controlled airspace, it is a challenge for us, but we are looking into possibilities of that.
Okay. And the other thing, and it comes up later again, but I just want to flag it because I went there to the flight school, and apparently they're just leasing a portion of the what do you call it, the volunteers, the members of the Air Club? No, not the Beaufort Squadron. They have their own, it's the Flying Club. So they're taking a portion of the Flying Club facility, but I don't think that's expressed in the lease that we have with the Flying Club. So I just wanted to flag that. Thank you.
So just back to how you want to...
I moved that.
Oh, you've moved it. Okay. Seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Vandervalk. Opposed?
I'm not opposed. I just had wanted the discussion to have a different time frame, but I'm not opposed to it.
Okay. Thank you. The next initiative, again, under good governance, comprehensive policy review. Lou?
Thank you. So in the current financial plan, this project actually spanned 2 years. We would like to see it advanced entirely to 2025, and we would combine that 2-year budget into a 1-year budget of $60,000. So I don't think there was an overall increase to the budget. It was just a reallocation.
And if I can just add, this is because you have these resources available now, right? Staff resources, right? Mr. Mayor.
I understand the complications of all this and the unintended consequences if we don't do it. But we've done in the past 1 or 2, sometimes during a council meeting, and they create a lot of discussion. So I know the binder, and it's pretty thick. I don't know if we can go through all of them, and this is what we do. We're not really politicians, but we are in a sense, and policies is what we do. So to review the entire bunch of policies, some of them are way outdated, but we don't use them very often. So how would this fit in the council chamber, in the council meeting schedule to do all that?
Lou?
Thank you. So I think the first step in a comprehensive policy review would be to differentiate which were governance policies and which were operational or administrative policies. So right now in the town of Qualicum Beach, council owns all the policies, even those that are operational. So if we wanted to put a cell phone use policy forward, we'd actually have to bring that to council, whereas it would be more operational and staff related. So the first step would be to differentiate those. The second step would be to identify any that posed risk to the organization, any that we needed to look at for practice. Is our practice out of alignment with policy? And then we could start to piece it off that way. So I think, again, if we could differentiate, get the governance matters before council that required to be, and also recognized any that represented risk operationally, those are the ones that really are giving me pause. Thank you.
You did move the recommendation. Is there a seconder? Councillor Harrison? Discussion, Councillor Harrison?
And just briefly, just through the chair, I strongly agree with our CAO. If we're even having the conversation, we don't know if there's a risk with some of our policies, we should probably be looking at that. So I know that, again, to Councillor Skipsey's earlier point, that's not the sexiest thing in the world, I agree. But I do think certainly on the operational side, making sure that we're up to date and we're not creating opening for expensive litigation. So if someone who's working for the town got hurt because they were following a policy that actually isn't up to date, we'd be in a lot of trouble as a town. So I just want to make sure that at least we identify the risks, and then there'll probably be a decision point for council of, even if it's in camera because of liability issues, it'd be, here are 10 policies that we really need to change right away. Well, now we know, and we can make a budget decision then. But to not know for me is just a really big red flag that's quite concerning. So this seems quite prudent.
Any other comments? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item, visual identity refresh, again, under good governance. Lou?
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation for this one is to adjust, that was hard to say, is to adjust the timeline by 1 year from 2025 to 2028. And there's budget for each of those years, 30,000, 20,000, 50,000, and 50,000. Council has already approved those in the previous financial plan. However, we're just looking to adjust those by a year. We really want to get the website buttoned down, and then again, council can look at those pieces annually to see if those tasks are what you want to continue with.
Councillor Skipsey?
Thank you. For me, this one is a nice to have, and I think if we were to try it, if we're needing budget or staff hours, this is the one that I would put up that maybe is not the highest priority for me. Anyways, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. I move the recommendation.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Harrison? Any further discussion? Councillor Harrison?
I do agree with Councillor Skipsey, though, that, you know, when we look at things we might want to cut, because this is a multi-day process, if something comes up where it says we want to move something to 2025 and we have to look at things to cut, this is a good thing to bear in mind. But for now, I think not seeing anything that's been added yet, I'd just stay the course for now.
Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Skipsey opposed? Carried. Next item, develop a cash in lieu of parking bylaw, again under good governance. Is this to you, Luke?
Yes, thank you. So the rate that the town charges for cash in lieu of parking has not been updated in quite a few years, and a significant increase is recommended. This was originally anticipated to be undertaken in 2025. However, the staff are recommending that this be changed from 2025 to 2027, reflecting the official community plan review, which is anticipated for next year. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. I think that makes sense. I think to do an entire OCP review in a restricted time, I can imagine be very difficult. And housing, even with the one we passed in 2018, housing was the big issue. At every table that I attended, and some members of council weren't on council yet, and they were at those tables, and it was always about housing needs and how do we plan for that. So I think doing the housing as a main focus for this OCP review is, I think, is prudent as well. Thank you.
Other discussion? Councillor Skipsey?
Thank you. I think this is one that we should do sooner rather than later. I think because there's an opportunity to bring in additional revenue for the town and certainly property costs. So, you know, if somebody can't have all of the parking on site, then they give us cash in lieu, and then the town traditionally has bought property where we provide additional parking spots. Well, certainly the cost of that property has greatly increased, and it says it's hasn't been updated in several years. Well, I've been around almost 10 now, and I don't recall it ever being updated. I am curious about how the provincial housing legislation provides new tools that achieve the same goals, and I would like maybe a bit more information about that. Thank you.
Luke?
Thank you. So one of the tools that the province introduced is called amenity cost charges. So it sounds similar to DCC's, development cost charges, but it provides a lot more flexibilities than development cost charges ever did. Municipalities now have the authority to assign an additional cost, say per dwelling unit or per square meter of development, that would go to some specific fund. So if the town were to identify that parking was a need in the commercial area, every development in that area, or maybe even more broadly, would have to pay a little bit into parking. So it is a very kind of intriguing tool to complement this cash in lieu of parking bylaw. And if there's an opportunity as we proceed through the implementation of Bill 44 and the other provincial regulation, if there's an opportunity to move it forward sooner, we certainly would. But, you know, as it is right now, it's just there's a full plate for 2025 and 2026. Certainly 2025 is not in the realm of possibility. 2026 we could discuss, but things would have to shift significantly. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, and then Councillor Vanderwalk.
Yeah, I need to apologize. I was combining this one with the next one about housing because they are connected. But I agree that we need to deal with this. But I thought we could deal with that under the OCP review of housing, because that's where it came up. And we had a proposal the other day at a committee of the whole meeting, and parking definitely was an issue. Thank you.
Councillor Vanderwalk.
Thank you. I think using the new tool, CACs, or I'm not sure what the ACCs as opposed to CACs, that may or may not help. The difficulty I see with it is that the ACCs would not be specific to parking, and in this initiative, we are looking specifically at parking. So it would have to be a decision, do we want to direct those ACC funds to parking? Or are there other community amendments that we might prefer to take that money and direct it to that? So I think that we should stick with the tools that we have for what we need and not necessarily count on the provincial tools to help us.
Councillor Harrison?
I do agree with staff's position that this would offer a little bit more flexibility, and there might be a few locations in town where it makes sense. As was noted at the committee of the whole meeting, parking is a perennial issue. So the only thing I would suggest is that I know Mr. Sales mentioned 2026 is a pretty full dance card, but this is just something that, as he indicated, if we can do it sooner, we will. We just sort of bear that in mind, and this is something we sort of flag internally as if there's a grant opportunity for a fully funded grant through the province for something like this would be a really good thing to have, because as, particularly in the village neighborhood area, we start doing more infill, there's going to be more conversations. We had one, I think, just in the last council meeting of should we have parking on site or not? And so I do think that having a little bit more, a tool that's pretty clear for that would be helpful, but I understand that staff are kind of slammed right now, so I think this is reasonable for now, and we know that this is something we should be probably looking at if an opportunity arises sooner rather than later.
Do you want to make a motion then?
I'll move to staff recommendation.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Harrison. Further discussion? All those in favor? Carried. The next item under housing, the housing announcement implementation zoning bylaw update and legal fees. Mr. Sales.
Yes, thank you. When this item was first identified as a strategic initiative last year, the Bill 44 and all the housing announcements were relatively new, so we established a kind of blanket item with a budgetary allowance of $55,000 per year. We now know much more about the implementation of that, and we have also identified other projects that, under different strategic initiatives that advance the same thing. So at this time, we need much less funding in this category. So the recommendation is to significantly reduce this budget allotment because it's being allocated separately in different scoping sheets. So these are essentially housekeeping amendments to reflect that restructuring. Thank you.
Questions of Mr. Sales? Councillor Harrison?
I was just going to move the staff recommendation.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Vanderwalk. Discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Sorry, I've just lost my place here. The next item is, again, under housing, strategies for ways to achieve affordable market housing. Mr. Sales?
Thank you. So this was an initiative put forward by council in a previous year, and the idea was to explore ways that market housing could be delivered in a way that's affordable to our residents. And so this was identified for a future year. Staff have identified in this memo that depending on the decision that council makes regarding next year's official community plan review, there could be an opportunity to advance this in conjunction with a housing-focused OCP review in 2025. So this one, I think, requires a bit of a broader discussion because whether council chooses to advance the staff recommendations here, it requires consideration of the way that the OCP review will be implemented next year. So if I could, I'd like to just speak to the broader OCP context so that council understands that as you consider this initiative. So as council is aware, the town has to complete an official community plan by the end of next year. And that's a much more compressed timeline than the town has had before when we do official community plan reviews. Usually it's a 2 to 3 year process. So that has implications for the way that the town does the official community plan review. If we undertake multiple topics in the same year, essentially the trade-off there is that we would be undertaking all those topics in a much more superficial way. So we wouldn't be able to dive as deep into any of the particular topics, even though we might cover a broad range. So there's another option that staff have identified for consideration, and that is to rather than doing an official community plan review that's broad-reaching and covers multiple topics, council could choose to focus this OCP review on housing and only housing. You know, there may be housekeeping amendments and maybe a little bit of structural changes to the OCP that are appropriate, but in terms of the public engagement and main efforts, it would be focused on housing. So that's the choice that council will need to make with regard to the official community plan, whether to go broad and more shallow in terms of the OCP review and complete it within the year, or whether council wants to focus on housing and undertake it next year with a sole focus on housing. If you did decide to do that, this initiative entitled Ways to Achieve Affordable Market Housing could also be anticipated to complete in 2025. Thank you.
So just so I'm clear, so this, if council chose to do a focused OCP, you would do this, undertake this initiative with the housing-focused OCP. They would be combined. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
This initiative is complementary in many ways. If we did do a housing-focused policy review, discussing ways to achieve market affordable housing is very complementary, so they could be done kind of in tandem or as part of the same process.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, let me go to Councillor Van der Valk because this is, your name's on it. Sorry.
Yes, my name is on it. And I'm very excited to be able to talk about it. I was very disappointed at the last strategic planning that we weren't going ahead with this, so I'm very excited to talk about it. I don't think that there's any question that we need more housing, and I feel that what we really need is more affordable market housing. And just to clarify, when I say affordable market housing, I mean housing that can be purchased affordably. And the challenge is, how do we achieve this? And I have an idea. The idea and an initiative aims to address the affordability, I'm so excited I can't talk properly, affordability crisis, enhance community development, and stewardship of public lands. To explain my idea, I will present an overview. I'll then give you some details and examples of the idea, and lastly, I will discuss how staff could explore the idea. So let's start with the overview. There is currently housing being built in our community. We have expensive housing being built for those that are financially well off. We also have subsidized housing being built for those of lower incomes. We need housing that will fill the gap between the two for people who wish to purchase a home and have a good income, yet are not able to buy the affordable, expensive housing currently being built. Increasing housing stock, which Bill 44 attempts to do, will not necessarily fill this gap. My idea is not a new idea, but it's a borrowed, good idea. The cost of land deeply affects the price of housing. Why not decrease that cost by leasing the land so a more affordable option is available to more people? The town owns the land, and it could lease the land for a fair value so that the cost to purchase a home is reduced. The town receives revenue and still owns the land. Now that I've given you a basic overview, let's talk about examples of communities that have found this idea very beneficial. The City of Vancouver has many household properties, such as at South Falls Creek, next to Granville Island. The City of Burnaby also has many examples of leasehold properties, such as at Champlain Heights. UBC has developed their campus with leasehold properties. Several First Nations, such as the Musqueam, Squamish, and, forgive my pronunciation, Tsleil-Waututh, have developed their lands with leasehold properties. Just down the road from us here, the Snawas First Nation is considering leasehold developments on their lands. The town of Qualicum Beach could do this too. I'd like to move on to my last point now regarding how staff could explore this possibility. Staff has clearly outlined in their scoping sheet a methodology to explore the idea. And staff has suggested a strategic initiative could fit well with the OCP housing review in 2025, based on that review being, or the OCP review being specifically to housing. And I agree. I think we need to address this housing as soon as we can. So I've given you an overview, some examples, and how staff has proposed that they might look at this. And I'd like to finish with a quote from the scoping sheet. The expected outcome of this initiative is a plan that provides actionable steps for the town to promote the development of affordable market housing on town-owned land. This initiative not only aims to address the affordability crisis, but also to enhance community development and stewardship of public land. As I mentioned, I am very excited about this initiative and would like your support. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vandervalk. Councillor Harrison.
And I'm going to pour a glass of cold water. Cost to build residential, just any residential build in Qualicum Beach is about $400 a square foot. So 1,000 square feet, $400,000. If you're borrowing money from the private sector, it's about 20% on top of that. So now you're at $480,000, close to $500,000. And there are always soft costs, servicing, there's a whole bunch of things. But you're getting close to $600,000 just for 1,000 square feet. And when you look at home ownership for mortgage qualification, the target you want to reach is about $350,000 or so. And that's when you start seeing a whole bunch of households fall off. So if we're talking about people who are working in the service sector, people who are working as care aides, don't get paid a lot of money, generally speaking, like around $20 an hour at most. When you look at that sort of mortgage affordability lens, it's really hard to get with contemporary build costs. So you still need subsidies, and the town probably isn't going to subsidize the construction cost. It's probably going to be provincial or federal programs. So that would be like, for BC Housing, it's the Affordable Home Ownership Program, AHOP. There are some people who tried to do that in Parksville. The feedback I got from the people who are actually involved in the program is that it was a brilliant idea, but a bureaucratic mess. Basically, that program is there's two mortgages, and working family gets the mortgage they can afford, say $250,000, and then BC Housing gets a mortgage on top to cover the difference in the cost. There's a new program announced in the election. We'll see what happens. But the problem is going to be with this idea that even if you have free land, which is essentially what I think my understanding, and if I'm way off base, please correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is we use town land to create someone to have an opportunity to get ownership of the building. The best case scenario there, this reminds me of Dean Dreger in the last term. Councillor Westbrook might remember this. There was a small 6-unit thing, which I'm not sure, I don't think that's been built yet. But the idea was that the owner maintains property, and then the home is owned by the folks who move in. And the problem with that fundamentally is you have the depreciating asset and appreciating asset. Land gains value, the home decreases in value over time.
So Councillor Harrison,
yeah.
we are straying a bit away from what's before you, and I appreciate there's a lot of detail there and a lot of things to be considered. Maybe what I can do is just go back to Mr. Sales and just, can you just reiterate again broadly what this would do, and I assume that it would consider some of the ideas that have been brought forward by council, and then we'll go back to the specifics of this scoping sheet.
Yes, thank you. So There's a few alternatives with regard to this particular initiative. One, leave it in an outer year and undertake it separately from the official community plan review, or advance it to 2025 and undertake it in conjunction with the OCP review. If council does that, then that would mean that you do have to focus the OCP review on housing in order to ensure there's resources to do both. Then just stepping back, what this initiative would do that's separate from the housing OCP is that OCP review is at a very high level. So what this project would do would be to take it down to the ground to test those types of things. Like, Councillor Vandervalk has some ideas of how this could be advanced. Councillor Harrison has some concerns about that approach. So this particular initiative would test those, with the objective of enabling on-the-ground affordable market housing to see what's actually possible. So it would require, consultants that are experts in development economics, for example, to help the town through that process. So does that help in terms of the two broad options here? Leave it future year, or reduce the scope of the OCP review and take it next year?
So I think the decisions that really council has to make is, do you want to do a focused housing, a focused OCP that would focus on housing, and then in combination do this focus on market housing? Councillor Young, and then Councillor Skipsey, and then Councillor Harrison.
I'd like to see the OCP a focus on housing. It's a domino effect. When we don't have sufficient housing, we don't have people to take care of our daycares. We cannot recruit doctors and nurse practitioners. So housing is over top of all of our other needs that we'd like to have fulfilled. So I think it's a priority. I also like to ask if Ann Skipsey could refresh us with, when we were driving back from Victoria from the AVICC, we did a tour that you directed, Mayor Westbrook and Councillor Petronella and myself to, and I'd like for you to bring it up.
Councillor Skipsey.
Hi. Okay, well, I'll start with what Councillor Young is referring to, and that was a development in Chemainus area. And the housing was more affordable because it was like the land was owned, it was leased land, I believe. But the challenge with that one was that they were mobile homes. And so you cannot get a mortgage on a mobile home. So that one was kind of out the window, but there may be other options. And that's what I would hope to see, that we don't look at all the things, well, there were reasons we can't do it. But I remember last term there was a presentation that the provincial government put on. It was a webinar, and it was amazing things that other communities were doing to create attainable market housing. And there was Whistler, and I think there was, I can't remember, some of the resort, I guess, municipalities maybe more so. But one of the things that I think tools that other municipalities use is a arm's length housing authority. And I've brought that up in the past and been told, oh, that takes too long because that's a 5-year thing. But I think it's worth looking at, is whether, because now there are some units that are more affordable, maybe there's a mechanism there to create this. And I know, like with Whistler, if you buy in at a certain price, then you can only sell at the inflated price. You can't, make tons of profit off the sale of your property. So there are lots of examples out there of the way this is already being done. And I hope that we don't limit the scope to just small lot subdivisions and pocket neighborhoods. I hope we broaden that. Like, there's cooperatives, there's modular homes now. My sister lives on Bowen Island, and because the cost of building is so expensive because you have to bring everything over on a ferry, somebody built a home out of a modular blocks and they just laid the foundation. And I think actually Orca Place was built similarly. And there's also tiny homes and whatnot that can reduce the prices. So I hope that we look at this with all of the options, all of the solutions that are already out there, and then, kind of pick and choose which ones would work for Qualicum Beach.
Just while you have the floor, do you have a preference about a housing-focused OCP or a broad OCP?
I'm fine with the housing-focused.
Yeah, thank you. So just a few things. I mean, I'm reminded of World War II. The Army, I think it was like the precursor to the CIA, and they were talking about special forces, and they did a study on how do you throw a knife in combat. And they talked to experts from around the world, took a year, and they came back with the recommendation, don't. And so one of the things for me is when we're looking at, I'm looking more at the methodology in this scoping sheet. And it says, we're gonna look at what's defined as affordable. Well, there's multiple definitions that are out there already. We don't need to reinvent the wheel with that. And if we did, what would be the point? Number two, exploration of innovative land use strategies. We've already done that already with railway. Like, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. And then number three, evaluation of town-owned lands. We had a list in the previous term when we chose the railway site. So I think when I'm looking at the methodology, it seems to me like we're trying to reinvent the wheel when there are models that already work. And the report, I can tell you right now, instead of spending $50,000 on a consultant's report, make 5 phone calls to people who build affordable housing in the area and ask them, how do we get this done? Because they do it for a living. That's what they do. And I can tell you they're going to say you need to get provincial and federal funds, and here's the funding programs. So if we want, there's multiple options for those funding programs, but it doesn't require a consultant. You just have to go online and look at what CMHC and BC Housing offer, and then say, okay, here are the options, here we go. So that's my issue with this, is that I think that we're going to spend 2 years coming up with a plan for affordable housing when the answer all along is apply for provincial and federal funds. And it seems like we're going to be treading water as opposed to actually getting something built.
Okay, so it would appear that we're a bit stuck here. So a suggestion would be for us to just put a pin in this. We'll put it on the parking lot until we come back to the OCP, and maybe try to deal with the focused OCP question versus a broad OCP question, and then we'll come back to this one. How does that suit you? Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. I haven't spoken to this yet, but a couple of terms ago, and I spoke with one of the Larsons who worked with development and sales and all that. I know all that stuff. And we looked at a site near the airport. And he thought it was very doable where we could subdivide a piece of town-owned land that we bought in 2001, I think, for $128,000, 8 acres. There's water and sewer. A bus goes by there every hour. There's a school just down the road. There's a trail into town. It's a wonderful location if you don't mind small planes flying close by. So we thought we could subdivide into very small lots. And as it so happens, we're looking at a very small lot just by the fire hall that allows for an 8-plex. So there's new things happening. So I support this, and I'll tell you why. Because a lot of people would like to own a piece of real estate in Qualicum Beach. And we could subdivide that 8-acre parcel into, from what I've been told, 60, 70 small lots, where people would own it, and they could build not the tiny home that they built in Duncan, but small homes or modular homes. So I don't want to jump ahead of what might happen during the discussions during our OCP review on housing, but I have an open mind that there are some options here and some opportunities that I've learned from other communities that are practical and are achievable. So I thank you for your homework and presenting us with this. I think it can have legs, so I move this recommendation.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Van der Vaart. Discussion on the motion then. Councillor Young.
I'd like to see that we don't have a dollar amount attached to it. Let's see what we can come up with as feasible ideas in housing before we spend $50,000.
Okay. Lou?
Thank you. So with attaching this with a housing-focused OCP review, we'll be looking at that budget in that context, just as a piece of information for council and the public.
Yeah, one way or the other, I think we're going to have to loop back and connect those two things when we get to the OCP. Right. Councillor Van der Vaart and then Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, I think For me, the intent of this initiative is let's look at alternatives, and it's alternatives for affordable market housing. So it's not government housing, it's affordable market housing. And it will be looking at all the different possibilities in terms of the types of housing, and also looking at how we can pull the projects together. So it's just a request to take the time with the OCP review, if it's based on simply housing, to look at different possibilities and not say it's not possible, because there are examples of where it has been made possible, it is happening, and I think we owe it to that middle section that we're not building for right now. I think we owe it to them and to us, to the town, to consider the different possibilities. So I definitely am in favor of this initiative.
Because you mentioned Falls Creek, when you say affordable market housing, are you including cooperative housing in that?
Well, there are actually market co-ops. And we have a market co-op in town, which is the Millstream Park.
Yes.
So I'm looking at co-ops, but it wouldn't be co-ops that are subsidized co-ops.
Right.
Or government co-ops. And then also around Falls Creek, there's a lot of buildings along there that are leasehold properties. They're high-end apartments, but they are leasehold properties. So those are options, and I think we need to look at as many options as we can to providing affordable market housing as well as affordable non-market housing, because I think we have that gap in the market housing sector.
Okay, Councillor Harrison, and then maybe we'll come back and call the question.
Well, I just think at the end of the day, if it's entirely contingent on town-owned land, it is government housing at the end of the day, right? Because if you're relying on the private sector to build it, it has to be on private land. If it's on town-owned land, well, then that's a finite resource, and there's only so much town land to go around. So I do think that there's really what we're talking about here is when I look at the methodology, I'm assuming the methodology is what staff would do. What we're talking about is, do we want to do a study to look at different models for affordable housing, or do we want to build affordable housing based on existing models that have funding streams available? And that's really the question. And the reason why I oppose this is that in my spare time, I've spent a lot of time looking at different models. I can list about a dozen different ways to do this, and at the end of the day, it always ends in the position of you need subsidies. Just the dollars and cents of construction costs today, even if you use these innovative approaches, don't work. So that's just sort of why I don't really support this, is I think we don't have the time to do a new study of let's try to invent a new way to do this. Instead, we should just choose a path that's already been laid out and follow through with it.
Can I call the question? Yeah. All in favor of the motion? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Harrison opposed. Okay, the next item, again, under housing, the Ravensbourne affordable housing.
Thank you. So this project was put forward in a previous year, and at that time, the town had a partner organization that we were going to work with to develop affordable housing on the 2.2 hectares of land at the intersection of Bennett Road and Ravensbourne Lane. So since that time, the partnership with that specific organization was abandoned. So the town currently does not have a partner for this proposal, and as such, the budget that we have allocated, which depends on a partner, isn't really feasible. So the proposal right now is to defer this project to 2027, because that would allow the time for the town to look at the official community plan review next year, which is focused on housing, and also to undertake that market housing assessment, which would also have a second look at those specific pieces of land. So then we'd be in a better position to actually, one, identify a new partner, or perhaps re-engage that other partner and advance the project in 2027. Thank you.
What's the council's pleasure? Mr. Mayor, move the recommendation. Seconder, Councillor Skipsey. Councillor Vanderwalk, did you want to make a comment? Oh, sorry, Councillor Harrison?
Yeah, so I strongly disagree with this on multiple reasons. The first reason is that it takes 2.5 years to build anything, even if everything goes smoothly. So if we say 2027, nothing's going to be built till 2029, maybe 2030 at the soonest. And staff can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that is, it's generally 2.5 years is when everything is smooth, let alone last second changes. So firstly, that's basically 5 years from now. Secondly, in terms of what needs to be done, it's an RFP, and you just say, or an RFEI even, I just say, hey, who wants to build an affordable housing project at this site? We don't say to private sector developers, you can't submit, we're too busy, come back in 2 years, right? I think legally, I'm not sure we can even do that with the greatest respect to View Royal. So why would we say that to the nonprofit sector, that we're too busy and please come back in 2 years? You do an RFP, they come back with it, and then it's basically like any other project. They're responsible for doing the application to BC Housing. They're responsible for essentially doing the development proposal. It is an OCP amendment because of the location, which is a bit of a lengthy process, but a private sector developer can submit an OCP amendment as well. So I think given the extent of the need, last time BC, since StatsCan put out data on folks who spend over half their income on their rent, it was about 1/4 of citizens in Qualicum Beach. There are 600 renter households. That's 150 households. We're building 56 units. That leaves basically 100 households that are spending over half their income on their rent. And I don't think waiting 5 years to get going is really where we want to land on this. I think we want to be faster while the funds are here, particularly because I'm not sure those funds will be available in 3 or 4 years' time.
Mr. Sales, do you want to respond in any way?
Well, this is entirely council's decision, but what I would add to complement the discussion is that at the time that this was originally proposed by council, council was going to do an OCP amendment independent of the OCP review to change the designation of that particular piece of land. So now, because we're right on the cusp of an overall OCP review, it would be unusual to undertake a site-specific OCP amendment at the same time as doing an OCP review. However, that is council's choice. You know, if you wanted to re-engage the market to try to find a consultant, but it really does start to overload 2025 quite rapidly and could be confusing from the perspective of the public. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And considering the previous suggestion and ideas, which will be part of the overall OCP discussions, this may be the right timing, where we come up with some different ideas. And I don't think that we have exhausted all the options for those properties. And I would like to have the discussion during the OCP review, similar along the lines that you outcut, and then summarizing what I've presented probably 6-7 years ago to the council today. So I don't think this is unreasonable, because I know the crunch on staff time on this whole housing and OCP review. But I would think that when we have the discussion about the previous suggestion about market housing, affordable market housing, some of that will include these properties. Mm-hmm. So I don't want to preempt that by doing something sooner than what's indicated. So I support the recommendation as it stands.
Can we just see, you've had a good shot at it. Anybody else wants to speak? Councillor Young?
I would like to see this kept in play. I would not like to see it delayed till 2027. I'd like it to be available for any possibilities that may come up.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion sooner rather than later. Councillor Vanderwalk, you haven't spoken to this one yet, have you?
I have not spoken to
and
it.
neither have you. So let's go there. Go back to Councillor Harrison, and then I'm looking for a motion.
Okay. In the description of the initiative, it says this project scope depends on support and collaboration with a fully engaged partner organization. I'm wondering, is that assuming that this parcel then would be only for non-market housing? Is that the assumption? Because I wouldn't agree with that. I would like this also to be considered for the market housing. So that's why I'm thinking it would be better to defer it until we've looked at the OCP and the review and looked at the previous initiative that we talked about, so that we could understand that might be a better use of this piece of property.
Bless Heather. The motion's already been moved and seconded, so we're discussing the motion then.
Okay, I'll just add that I think that this would put the cart before the horse. We have a housing needs assessment currently being undertaken. You know, we don't want to presuppose what the outcome of that is. Maybe it is market housing that needs to be built. So I am in support of the recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Harrison.
Well, firstly, using town-owned land for market housing is a waste. The private sector can do that just fine. We don't need to use town land for market housing unless we're generating funds to offset an expenditure somewhere else. But the real thing for me is that we already have lots of data. We don't need to collect new data. We are 13% points worse for the number of households spending over 30% of their income on rent. Provincial average is around 38, 39%. We're at 52.2%. We're one of the worst communities in North America, not just in BC. Compare us to New York, we're worse. Compare us to Seattle, we're worse. Compare us to Los Angeles, we're worse. Compare us to Vancouver, we're worse. Compare us to Victoria, we're worse. We are one of the worst communities, full stop, for that. And I think that when you literally have, I talked to someone who ran the credit union.
Okay, Councillor Harrison, I'm gonna urge you to.
Well, the fundamental point is that you have, single seniors eating cat food because they can't afford the cost of living. We have people spending over half their income in their rent all over the place. And to spend 2 more years talking about potential models as opposed to actually using existing ones seems to me to be something where everyone said we were going to support worker housing when we ran. As soon as we say we're going to spend 2 more years talking about this, nothing gets built in this term, full stop. And then we don't actually execute on something we all ran on. So
this is to push this out, shifted from 2025 to 2027. So that's the motion in front of you. What's council's pleasure? Can I call a question? Yes. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion's carried. So I'll just say that given that you've pushed it out, you'll have time to come back and revisit this, right? And it's not till 2027. In fact, that'll be beyond your term. The next item is under Community Health and Wellbeing, Community Park Facilities Site Review.
Thank you. So the town has a community site facilities plan from 2006 that identifies land uses for what we refer to as the community park. Obviously, 2006 was a long time ago, so an update to that plan is appropriate. And so council allocated that for the 2026 year. So the recommendation before you is essentially a housekeeping amendment. It does reallocate the source of that funding, and otherwise the project does stay the same. If there are any questions, I'd be pleased to take them.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. I move the recommendation.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Skipsey? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item under Community Health and Wellbeing, OCP Part 1, 2, 3, 4. So this will take us back to the previous discussion, right? Mr. Sales? No? Okay. Lead us through then.
Yes, thank you. So this is a housekeeping amendment. It essentially takes off of the strategic plan what was previously identified as OCP Part 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's now been allocated in the strategic plan in a more specific way. It's not a general broad brush 4-stage process. So the recommendation is that this strategic initiative not be included, and then furthermore that the scoping sheet 24 HW04 be closed by council resolution, and that's just for record-keeping purposes. Thank you.
And we'll come back to the OCP item in the new initiatives. Okay, so now I understand. Council, what's your pleasure? Mr. Mayor? Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councillor Skipsey. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next item under Community Health and Wellbeing, Pollinator Pathways Policy Development.
Thank you. The pollinator pathways, and I'll just be really brief, I guess, in describing what they are for anyone in the audience, is a linear flowered area alongside generally paths or roads or greenways adjacent to parks to support pollinators. The town currently has 5 pollinator pathways as well as several dozen flowered gardens to do this role. However, there has been requests for additional pollinator pathways. Staff recommend the initiative scheduled for 2025 for $5,000 be removed from the strategic planning process and operationalized such that it would be progressed through the operational budget process instead of the strat planning process. This recommendation is because insurance now requires a staff member lead and also attend full-time any works by volunteer groups in road right-of-ways such as pollinator pathways. And that change is required. It creates a significant additional demand on our staffing resources. Also, when operationalized, we can still consider the suggested locations by the public. However, staff will then assess those locations based on prioritizing horticultural concerns, maintenance requirements, adjacent uses, as well as this will avoid installing pollinator pathways in locations that may adversely impact our town operations. Our horticulturalists will select native plants as well that are appropriate to each location rather than someone suggesting plants that may be an issue. An annual consideration during the budget process where we can review what we are doing, identify ongoing costs, and make recommendations related to staffing and costs would then be enabled through the budget process. So that is staff's recommendation at this time.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. You articulated that really well, Mr. Dickinson. I really appreciate your concise and well-articulated argument, so I move the recommendation.
Councillor Harrison, discussion. Councillor Harrison, Skipsey.
Oh, sorry, is your name on that? Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. Is it okay? Okay, thanks. So just one question for Mr. Dickinson, if I may. Sorry, while you're drinking coffee. But I remember reading, I don't know if this relates to the NOMO May sort of thing, where would this be pollinator pathways maintained sort of summer long, all through the summer, or would this be something where we're doing it temporarily? Just because I remember there was some debate among naturalists that NOMO May, some of them love it, and some of them say, well, it actually confuses the bees because they say, oh, there's lots of flowers here, and then a month later they're all gone. So I know it sounds really nitpicky, but I'm just wondering, is this something that's just sort of like year-round and maintained the full time? Thanks.
If I may. It would be a balance between operational needs and best practices for these pollinator pathways. So generally we would plant them and forget them. However, weeds take over, and so we would do weeding, but we wouldn't be basically going in and mowing them all down till the fall once obviously they're past their flowering point, and then we can restart the process, hopefully with annuals the following year.
Councillor Skipsey.
Thank you. Well, the other night, some of council were at the opening night at the local theater, but I was at a pollinator pathway meeting at the MABR office and talking about pollinator pathways and how do we move this forward. And there is definitely support within the community for initiatives like this. And one of the people at the table was an actual bee expert. So I think that if we don't tap into some of this expertise, then we're actually missing out. There's people there that are experts on insects and also on everything, flora, fauna, fungi, whatever. So I do have concern that we're not really inviting I understand the insurance aspect of it, but I don't see an issue with looking at the expertise in the community and working with them. The other thing is with this, I'm not sure that we are totally on the same page about, because when staff mentioned weeding, a lot of this is not to weed and to leave the grass growing longer and all of those concepts. So I guess I support it, but begrudgingly, because I think that we're missing out here. That was the bee thing, pun intended. But the other thing I just want to mention is I think there's a mistake in the recommendation. I think it's supposed to say financial plan in year 2025, because that's when it was actually allocated. So it should be 2025, not 2028. Thank you.
Any staff comment? Mr. Dickinson?
If I may, but I don't want
Yeah,
to step on
yeah. Just to that point?
Basically, we will involve experts, definitely, like biologists as well as bee experts in that. It's just, we have, I'll say, people requesting it based on color and things like that, where that is not an applicable thing. Like it is from a community aesthetics perspective, it's definitely something we consider, but with pollinator pathways, the priority is what benefits the pollinators, and we will definitely involve those experts. As well as weeding is just, for the most part, when it has to be done if we have invasive species, like species that are going to take over the area. So there will have to be some maintenance, but we won't be doing aggressive weeding like we do on our planting gardens.
And just to the note about 2028 versus 2025, is that an error? Just on the very last phrase of the first paragraph, included in the 24 to 28 financial plan in year 2028, not be included in the 2025?
Against my CAO's best advice, I don't have that book with me.
Okay. Okay. Good catch. Council's pleasure. Mr. Ring?
That's exactly what I was going to say, although not quite as eloquent, but our director did indicate earlier that we would invite public input, but we have to operationalize it. Thank you.
We don't have a motion yet, do we? We do have a motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Good. Okay, shall we move on to asset management plan for the airport? Lou?
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation from staff is to defer this initiative to 2029. We're currently focused on organizational-wide asset management planning for the next few years. Asset management planning for the airport would be a more finer-grained detail of a plan. We're recommending that plans for individual asset classes are recommended for a future year after we operationalize that first really big chunk. Thank you.
Questions? Councillor Skipsey and Councillor Harrison?
I guess my question would be, mentioning finer-grained sort of involvement in this process, is $10,000 actually realistic to do that work?
Lou?
It will require reconsideration if council defers to 2029. It is likely that we'd look at that number again, but that is the number that staff have put forward.
Councillor Harrison?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just through the chair. We mentioned in the past a few times things like extending three-phase power to the airport to accelerate the transition to more electric planes. Is this something that when we're looking at our assets, is that, I'm just wondering where that is, because I know we've talked about it for like a year now. So is that something that might be coming to council in the distant future?
Thank you, Chair. December 4th, we'll see the airport manager giving you an update on the quarterly reporting for the airport. So we anticipate an update for you at that time on the three-phase power. Thank you.
Council pleasure. Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councillor Harrison. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Let's see if we can get to this last one in this group. Progressive infrastructure focus area, other effective conservation measures.
Thank you. So this initiative is a reconsideration of something that came up in the last strategic planning session. So at that time, there was a request made to identify more areas in town through what's known as the other effective conservation measures designation. This is a part of the federal government's 30 by 30 initiative. So Mount Arrowsmith Biosphere Reserve Initiative has approached the town and requested authorization to look at a few specific properties. And the recommendation at this time is to focus on one in particular, and so that would be the Granite Creek Corridor. This is an area where the town is confident that researching and even potentially advancing to the point of recognition through this program would be in alignment with the town's long-term goals for that area. The other two areas that were identified by Mabry were the community park, potentially, DL10, and possibly the Berwick Wellfields. And staff need more time to consider what the implications of that recognition would be, because those other areas have other very important priorities for the community, whether it be the wellfield in terms of having an operational wellfield in that area where conservation is a secondary or complementary initiative. DL10, the same. The community park, obviously lots of recreational activities there. So the recommendation is to move forward with the Granite Creek and to allocate funds in 2026 for further investigation into the implications of the OECM recognition, and then in 27 to allocate additional funds to actually proceed with recognition. Thank you.
Councillor Skipsey?
Okay, I have quite a bit to say about this one. Where do I start? So this is scheduled, or the recommendation is for 2026 and 2027. However, as said previously related to one of the other scoping sheets, resources are available now. So 2027 is essentially too late to get this free funding, or it may be, we don't know. It's up in the air, right? So, and I think that perhaps saying management plans in the scoping sheet is actually misleading at this point, because the ask has changed since last year. We had a representative from the Mount Arrowsmith Biosphere Research Institute, and their request was to allow them to look at these properties and identify if they would even be suitable for proceeding as a management plan. And so it may be that some of these right off the bat would not meet the criteria, and they would recommend not proceeding or not including them. So at this point, the request was not for $10,000 or any staff time except for 2 hours for the 5. So that would be a total of 10 hours of staff time. And that would be to work with our GIS and lands department to determine if any historical data of interest, if there were any, that would enhance the case study. So they're looking at just doing a case study, and they would be working on their own with the funding from Environment Canada. And they have that funding for the next 18 months.
Councillor Skipsey, just the first paragraph of the recommendation says that the Mount Arrowsmith Biosphere Region Reserve Initiative be authorized to undertake a study in 2025. Is that what you were suggesting, or is that something different?
Well, what I'm suggesting is that we take out the requirement of just Grandin Creek and let them kind of have at her, and say that the process of identifying the properties as OCMs, and then take out in the next one additional town lands, and again on the last one additional, and allow them to look at all 5 sites at this point, which is what they're asking for, 2 hours of staff time for each one. They already have the funding, they're just asking for the town's blessing, essentially, and 2 hours for each property.
Thank you. Through the chair. Staff have concerns about the potential implications of those additional sites being identified. So we know with the heritage forest, it's very difficult without involving all parties to undertake any work. These are the town's well fields that we're talking about, as well as DL10, and the community park is the other one, which also has potential development planned for it. So staff's recommendation is to pause, understand those implications about if those areas were identified. We didn't want to set up a false expectation where they were encouraged to undertake the study, but then the town went, well, based on operational demands, we don't actually support that. So the recommendation before you is because of the unknown risks associated with DL10, the well fields, and the community park, given the fact that we have a lot of operational demands for those lands.
Councillor Skipsey?
In response, it was mentioned that it doesn't have to include the entire property, that there could be some areas that would be excluded for whatever purposes. And essentially, it's providing the case study for council and staff so we can make an informed decision going forward whether or not this would be suitable or whether or not parts of this might be suitable. So to me, it's gathering data and information. They would collect data collection. And as I say, they're not asking for funding. They're just asking for the go-ahead to do that. And I think, well, I would like to support that because otherwise we miss the opportunity and there may not be an opportunity in 2027.
Councillor Harrison.
Just if I may, through the chair to staff. So I do agree with Councillor Skipsey. We live in uncertain times, and forgive me, I'm looking at the polling data at the federal level in particular, and who knows what the future has for money. There might be some changes. So I do agree that areas that are currently set aside as like parkland or should be protected. But I also understand where staff are coming from, that the yellow areas, the highlighted areas when we had that presentation included things that are not parks, that are actually town-owned land that could have any number of uses. Would there be a middle ground where things that we know, either riparian areas, within a certain distance of a riparian area, you can never do anything. Certain parks that are already parks, if we're going to take something out, that requires a referendum, so it's not likely we're going to do that anytime soon. That we could get a little bit more land that we know isn't going to be touched, sort of like Heritage Forest. Milner Gardens, I understand why staff aren't mentioning that because that's not our land. That's someone else's land. That's VIU's land, technically. But is there a way we could maybe slightly expand the scope so that there's no conflicts and they could get to a little bit more work?
Lou?
I think, through the chair, I think that's the cautionary tale. When I see this kind of proposal coming forward with a recommendation that it will take 2 hours of staff time, just figuring out the insurance and liaising with the group will take more than two hours of staff time per item. So I think the concerns were the potential risks. If we were going to dig in and do an analysis on what potential areas could be possible within DL10, the well fields, and the community park that might not be impacted by operations, that level of analysis is certainly outside of that 2 hours of staff time. So it just gets complex quite quickly, and so staff was hoping that with the focus on the Grandin Creek corridor and the Milner Gardens, although they're not town lands, forgive me, it would give the group land to focus on and advance some of that grant funding that they do have in hand.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. I agree. I think we could look at Granite Creek as a pilot and see how long it actually takes, staff time. And because, you know, I've heard this before when we did the tree planting, oh, it won't take any staff time. And it was over 5,000 hours just from the corporate administration side. So I agree we should take a look at one of these, and then if that works well, we can expand. Is that a possibility?
Councillor Skipsey?
Well, it is possible to do one, but then the opportunity to do more would not be there. So if it goes swimmingly and it looks like it's a great thing to do, and we've conserved and we've identified some of the incredible assets, the ecosystem, biodiversity and everything, and then we say, yeah, we want to do this, well, they might not be available to do that going forward. So I think to Councillor Harrison's point, maybe there's a compromise here, and I think, you know, if we did Grandin Creek Ravine and Community Park and Milner Gardens, if staff are concerned about the well fields, I'm not sure I understand the insurance requirement. I mean, people walk in the community fields all the time. People walk in the well fields. There's trails all over the place. So I'm not sure I'm understanding what that whole insurance piece is. But I think, actually, because they got the funding in 2022, and it expires in 18 months. So I think even 3 would probably would meet their capacity anyways.
Lou?
Thank you. I think staff would be more comfortable excluding the DL10 and the well fields. If council chose to include the community park, that is something that you could look at, knowing that there is the potential for development. Again, when you're actually authorizing someone to undertake work on town-owned lands, there is an insurance requirement. It's very different than an individual member of the public just going out and enjoying a trail or something like that. So again, based on council direction, we would make that happen. It's really the cautionary tales about further work on town land that could be impacted and just not understanding the risk. So that was the request for due diligence, but if council wants to advance another area, certainly I would say the community park is the lower risk, but the director of planning might want to add something there.
So Ms. Varela has talked about the potential risks in terms of identifying these lands, and they are unknown in many respects. They need to be explored. I would also just highlight on the flip side of it, kind of a discussion of what the benefits to the town are, right? So the town has managed these lands for many, many years, balancing ecological preservation with other purposes. So I'm confident that the town will continue to do so with or without the recognition. So when you look at it from the perspective of a risk-reward scenario, even if the risk is unknown and perhaps relatively low, the benefit is perhaps the direct benefit to the town and its residents is potentially also very low in terms of actually impacting the way that the town does operational activities in those areas or plans for those areas. So just a bit of context, like it's not just about risk, it's understanding that if this project proceeds and Mount Arrowsmith Biosphere Reserve is able to show that these are eligible and it's recognized in a federal database, that doesn't really directly benefit the town or its residents. Thank you.
So you have a staff recommendation in front of you, and then there's been discussion of adding potentially the community park and the gardens to it. So what is council's direction, Mr. Mayor? And then
I'm not
Councillor
sure now
Harrison.
if this was moved already. No. Okay, then I'll move an amended recommendation, and that is to add Milner Gardens and the community park. And yeah, so I'll leave it at that. Just add those two and vote on it.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Skipsey? Councillor Harrison?
The only other point I could have made, I mean, this amendment sort of makes it moot, but the other thing is that with the original recommendation, if we can confirm with staff when in 2025 this is done, so if this was done earlier in the year, then we'll get a report back saying, actually, it only took us 5 hours of staff time. It was really, really light and not very intensive. Whereas if they come back with a report, it actually took us 70 hours. We had no idea. We're getting slammed now because we did this one thing on Grandin Creek. Would that be something maybe that if it comes back like halfway through the year, and we can look at expanding it? Because it is right now set up as we're going to do more than just Grandin Creek. That's clearly the intent of the town, and I think Mabry would know that. And I'm just trying to find a way that way then we don't have an unexpected surprise, but at the same time we make it clear we do want to see more done. Because I think that's the compromise of the mayor's amendment, I agree with. I just worry when staff say we don't know what we're getting into, we might want to take that in consideration too, just because I know next year is a very busy year.
I'll take that. So again, if staff did get in a pinch, we could always come back. It's more for me the unknowns about the well field and the others. So just excluding those, focusing on Grandin Creek and the park. Milner Gardens isn't town-owned land, but the other two, it does give me a measure of comfort that the risk is quite low with the community park, but to advance this. Again, I don't think 2 hours is reasonable, but can we handle it within operational likely? And if we got into a pinch, we'd come back to council.
Perfect. Any further discussion? Councillor Skipsey?
So even though we don't own Milner Gardens, I think they're still asking for those 2 hours of staff time. So it would be 6 hours of staff time total that is being requested.
Okay. Ready for the question? With the amendment of adding the community park and Milner Gardens? All those in favor? Sorry.
Do we also need to add that it would be even though Milner Gardens isn't town property, that time is being asked for.
Yeah, that's why I included that. I don't know. Lou?
So perhaps we could authorize Grandin Creek and the community park and then support for Milner Gardens, just differentiate that way.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Harrison wanted to bring something forward, but maybe I can suggest we do that after lunch. Yeah.
It's going to be a long day, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Could we reconvene at 22? Does that work for everybody? Great. Thank you. Okay, we are going to begin. We have one item before we move on to the blue sky items, but I just also did a little calculation. The blue sky items, there are 19 of them. And if we want to get out of here by 5 o'clock, that means 10 minutes for each and no break. So if we can really try and be efficient with the discussion, that I think would be really helpful to everybody. I see some smiles, maybe. Well, you know, I don't need to get home. So, you know, if you want to stay longer, that's fine by me. So the first item, though, the leftover from the previous group, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Chair. So we have had a suggestion now that Council has indicated through a previous resolution that they would like to undertake a housing-focused OCP review. We did have the suggestion that the initiative titled Multi-Generational Housing Best Practices be advanced and included in that housing-focused OCP. It has a very small budget of $5,000. The previous scoping sheet really didn't define it. So if council wishes to consider including this in the OCP review, I do have a draft recommendation for your consideration.
Do you want to just read your draft recommendation, just so we have it in front of us?
Thank you. That the initiative titled Multi-Generational Housing Best Practices 24 HS 05 with a budget of $5,000 in fiscal 2026 be defined and considered for inclusion within the scope of the housing-focused OCP review scheduled for 2025, and further that the $5,000 budget of the initiative titled Multi-Generational Housing Best Practices be added to the OCP, the housing-focused OCP budget, increasing that budget from $55,000 to $60,000 in fiscal 2025. The Director of Finance has confirmed that this can occur within budget. Thank you.
Sorry? Okay. Is a seconder? Councillor Harrison? Any discussion? Councillor Harrison?
Yeah, so the reason I originally made this is that if we were, my original master plan when this term started is that I'd have a resolution that we upgrade all our zoning in the village neighborhood to the OCP, and that would allow for infill development because our zoning in our OCP for the village neighborhood roughly mirrors what the province is doing. The suburban areas, not so much, but for the village neighborhood, it does. And this would just be something more to flag with the local development community. This is something we really want to see more of. We're building the carriage house for this grandma, and then the parents with their young kid can move into the single family home. So I don't think it's something that requires a huge amount of money, but just sort of more of a small conversation, bring in some local builders and say, have you considered this? Because there's going to be a huge demand for long-term care. That's going to exceed what the province can provide. So families helping each other out, be a good thing to have in Qualicum Beach.
Can we call the question? All those, oh, sorry. Yeah, Councillor Skipsey.
I guess my question is, how is that different from the garden suites and whatever that we currently allow?
The way I saw it is that it would be something that would be slightly more designed for the needs of single seniors. So it might be different levels of accessibility, might be other sort of building considerations as opposed to something more like a traditional rental unit. But it's a fair point that it's not a huge deviation, but that's also why I think there's a small budget, because it's not a huge deviation from established practices. It's more just when we're doing the OCP, we sort of flag this with local builders. Please consider this, because we're going to need some support for this as a town in the future.
Can I call the question? Or Councillor Van der Valk, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Can you just go through the budgetary allotment for this again? So for the OCP housing, it would be...
Chair, can I just... So the OCP budget for a housing-focused OCP is $55,000 as per the scoping sheet. This very small piece would be an additional $5,000. And because the scoping sheet it really doesn't have the initiative defined, I think we would try to make it fit within the OCP review. So it's very small, $5,000 budget, and it would be combined with your housing-focused OCP. And it is a review of multi-generational housing best practices. The most information really we have is within the title, so you can see why we put a lot more emphasis on the content of the scoping sheets this year.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, on to the blue sky items. First one is under the heading of climate action, encourage residents to transition from use of fossil fuel outdoor equipment. And this is Councillor Skipsey. Do you want to speak to this first?
Okay, so this one has come up a number of times from residents on a regular basis about the noise and the pollution and whatnot. But my concept was actually less about enforcement and more about encouraging and education. So I had sent an alternative recommendation to Ms. Varela the other day. I've made a little bit of a change to it, but basically that the Committee of the Whole recommends to Council that the initiative titled Encourage Residents, and I added, and Businesses, to transition from no, that doesn't work. Yeah. Transition to fossil-free power equipment be advanced to the 2025-2029 financial plan, allocating $10,000, and I wasn't sure the number of staff hours, to 2027 to launch a public education campaign that informs residents about the environmental and health benefits of switching to electric equipment, highlight the progress made by the town, and include a workshop and/or demonstration as part of the Public Works Open House.
Any other discussion? And then maybe I'll come back to you and you can move that if you want. Any questions or? So a slightly different motion than what's before you. Ms. Varela?
Thank you, Chair. Just with the allocation of staff time, I'd ask that was excluded from the recommendation, as that would have to be shook out in the department work plan for 2027. We may involve a couple different departments in that education program, such as the climate action staff person that we have. So the $10,000 and that staff effort would happen in 2027, and that would allow us some time to further define the details.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. So you're suggesting with this new recommendation that it be for 2027 and the allocation be $10,000? Is that?
That's how the motion of Councillor Skipsey's reads.
Right. But the motion that she has just put forward is different than what's in the binder, right?
Yes, it is.
And so I'm assuming that the resources on page 62 don't speak to the new motion, they speak to the old one. But do you think 2027 and 10,000 would be adequate to?
They actually are one and the same. The budget on the sheet says 10,000 for 2027,
right,
and the motion says 10,000 in 2027 as well. It
right,
just has a slightly different focus, but right, the budget remains the same.
Okay, good. I just want that clarification. Okay, Councillor Harrison?
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good idea. Also, too, I really like that you're talking about businesses, because for a lot of our citizens, it's not them doing the gardening, it's a business doing that. And I think this is definitely where we want to go. I know the folks who take care of my parents' yard said if we did it really fast, it would be a huge problem for them financially, just to buy all new equipment. But over something we look to encourage and try to phase in over time, great idea. My one question, just through the chair to staff, is this something we're doing operationally as a town as well? Because it might be useful if we had a few examples for citizens.
Ms. Varela?
Thank you. So I know in my previous place of employment that was a large focus, and it was a huge impact to budget as well as work planning and staffing levels. So if that was something council wanted us to look at, I would say it would have to shake out as part of a service review.
Gosh, sorry. Councillor Skipsey, do you want to move your revised motion?
Sure. Do you want me to read it out again, or is it?
We got it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I would move.
So moved, seconded by the mayor. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried? Can we move to the next item? Again, under climate action, urban forest master plan, also advanced by Councillor Skipsey.
Okay, so this one, my concern was not so much around redoing the urban forest master plan. My concern was when the plan was adopted by council on May 18th, 2022. It said the plan provides consultant recommendations to the town for long-term urban forest management. Implementation of the recommendations is subject to the availability of town resources as well as future council direction. Adoption of this plan does not commit the town to its recommendations. So my concern was more around actioning the urban forest master plan rather than redoing it. I think that, what did I have for my notes? Initiative. Well, I wanted to keep the redo of it, but like into future planning, and it could even be as far out as 2032, the recommended 10 years, so it wouldn't be in this. But I think that there are things that are happening in this plan that we're already actioning, but we're not connecting it to the urban forest master plan, as far as I can see, because there was a big component about basically fire smart and wildfire mitigation and that sort of thing, and that work is being done, but I'm not sure it's being done in connection with the actual plan. So that's where I was coming from. It's more about implementation and rather than the update.
Ms. Vrilla?
Thank you. So perhaps staff could bring back a subsequent report that details what has been achieved, much as we've done recently for accessibility. I think that information is before you as well. So we could bring that information back to council, and then if there were specific initiatives you wanted to advance in next year's strategic planning, you could have that discussion if that would serve.
Okay, so are you okay not voting on this item?
Yes, I am. I just wondered about the timing of that report. What would we be looking at?
Likely Q1 of 2025.
The next item, focus area climate action, implementation of climate mitigation actions matrix. And I'm looking for a sponsor for this. Council resolution, so I'll just hand it to the staff.
Thank you. So this was referred to strategic planning by way of council resolution. And if you look at the climate mitigation actions matrix that's referred to in the resolution, it's very broad and all-encompassing. So this scoping sheet does a few things. First, it kind of defines some of the areas where that implementation matrix actually aligns with things the town is already doing. So there's a lot of work that's underway that's in that implementation matrix. So that's worth considering. So the second part, though, is those items that aren't underway by the town, that if you were to undertake everything in the matrix, it would be a huge amount of work. So where do you start? It was hard to put a scope on it. So what staff recommended is if council does want to advance that specific matrix, then we do some sort of a feasibility / prioritization at some point. And so the recommendation is that assessment prioritization would be assigned in 2027 with a $25,000 budget allowance to hire a consultant to help facilitate that work. Thank you. That's correct.
Sorry. Councillor Skipsey?
Yeah, well, I just thought I'd provide a little bit of background. I'll try to be brief. But this came forward from the delegation from the Fridays for the Future Youth. So they made a presentation asking council to do things, and most of that was around mitigation. So council then referred the idea of mitigation to the committee and asked that the Select Committee on Environment for recommendations for climate mitigation action. So this matrix has come as per the request of council. So the committee went off and did their work and have now brought this back. And it was around identifying and prioritizing the work to be done. So I think I am in favor of what the staff is recommending, although I always think, sometimes $25,000, I trust staff's judgment, and perhaps maybe that $25,000 would be better spent actually doing some of the work from the matrix. So I would be okay with having the $25,000, but can we not maybe flag it for consultants?
Sorry, for something other than consultants?
Well, we could just leave it blank. The $25,000 could be put there in relation to the matrix, but that we don't necessarily have to, so we could just add it, or stop it after matrix.
I think the challenge is, I don't want to speak for Mr. Sales, but I think the challenge is there's a lot in here, and you have to figure out what it is that you prioritize and can afford. I think, and that I think is the problem, the challenge before you. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you. So I'm imagining a scenario in 2027 where we're ready to proceed with this project, but there's no guidelines as to what the project is. So we would be putting forward a new proposal at that time, and it would be essentially a shot in the dark. So if you are able to include some clarity in this direction, that's very helpful to staff, because then in 2027, we refer back to this sheet and we're not just guessing. Thank you.
Councillor Harrison, and we can go back to Councillor Skipsey.
Pardon me, sorry, lunch. Just for clarification through the chair to staff, so the RDN is currently doing a broader study for our region for greenhouse gas emissions from every community. My concern with this is that, yes, as staff identified, if we did everything, that'd be a ton of money, ton of staff time, we don't have the capacity, so we need to pick and choose. And then how do we make sure we're essentially getting the best bang for our buck? So tackling the things that create the most greenhouse gas emissions and compare that to the cost to implement those reductions. Is that something that maybe we'd have more clarity when that RDN study is complete in terms of action items? Because I do agree with Councillor Skipsey, it's good to get a sense of a plan being implemented, but is there a way we might not have to get the consultant to sort of prioritize things?
Thank you. So through the chair to Councillor Harrison, the work at the regional level will give a good breakdown of where the town's community emissions are coming from. So you're absolutely right. It does provide us with more information. It's not prescriptive in terms of the solutions. It's just identifying the areas where we have the most challenges. And those areas are predominantly transportation, to a lesser extent housing. And we've known that for a decade or more. So I don't think it necessarily provides direction as to which steps we should next take on climate action.
Another way to go at this is to say, if you had $25,000 in 2027, what are the things off this list might you take on, right?
Well, I just think that staff have done an excellent job so far with prioritizing and picking out the things that need to be done, and maybe some of those were already in the works as the committee was deliberating, but I think that, I think that staff have done an excellent job in just identifying what we can do currently and what is a priority.
Councillor Young?
I agree with Councillor Skipsey in that I've sat in on your environmental and sustainability committees, and it is done by retired professionals, and they have really vetted the whole situation and prioritized different things, and as well as our planner, as Luke Sales has been there too. So I'd like to see action with the $25,000 and not spent on a consultant.
So Councillor Skipsey, you were suggesting a motion that you allocate $25,000 in 2027 for some unknown purpose related to the matrix.
I was going to just chop the resolution after matrix that identifies for the purposes of engaging a consultant to assess, prioritize, and assign order of magnitude costs for projects listed on the climate mitigations actions matrix.
So removing the last 3 lines. Okay?
Allison, I have a suggestion. Maybe after that, we could just add comma with further clarification to be provided in the 2026 strategic planning sessions.
That's what I was thinking too. Would that suit you? Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Harrison, discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Excellent.
Chair. Sorry. As the Chamber of Commerce rep isn't here yet, could we skip the next item and come back to it? Thank you.
Thank you for that. The next item, focus area good governance, investigation of viability and process of expanding the Qualicum Beach Airport Authority noise sensitivity map, advanced by Council Resolution July 17.
Thank you, Chair. So this really is a governance decision if Council wishes us to look into this further or not. There's a recommendation provided that we do not advance this to the 2025 to 2029 financial plan. Alternatively, we would accept direction to determine if that map could be expanded in consideration of the designated flight path and the noise abatement procedure. So purely a governance decision. Thank you.
Councillor Skipsey?
Well, my preference would be to move the alternate recommendation. I think that council had decided that we wanted to look into this, and I think we owe it to our residents to at least do that investigative work and decide whether or not it is reasonable. I know that the Qualicum Woods Residents Association has been very busy helping us try to find solutions. And one of the things that they did come up with was in Transport Canada's AIM document that 7.6.1 does allow for noise-sensitive areas under flight paths. So I just think we need to do the work and just make sure that we've done our homework. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
I second the recommendation.
That was a motion? Okay. Seconded by the mayor. Discussion? Councillor Harrison?
So my concern here is just we know that any airplane that's flying to YVR has to go on instrumentation. They're required by YVR to go on instrumentation, which means they have to go straight through Qualicum Woods. And when I read that any violation of the noise-sensitive area is a $25,000 fine potentially for a commercial carrier, I worry that we're creating a situation where they automatically have to violate that every time just to fly someone to Vancouver, essentially. So getting a report on that might be all well and good, but I just would flag that I know Kevin's a very busy man, but I think he has spoken in the past about there might be some issues with setting that up with our current policies.
Councillor Skipsey?
I think we might be mixing up the noise abatement procedure and the noise-sensitive areas, because the noise-sensitive areas are provided in the pilot's kind of workbook and or whatever it's called, and so there isn't any enforcement on that. That is totally just a suggestion, but it would be in the flight supplement, and so a new pilot coming to Qualicum Beach would see that information and then hopefully try to avoid those areas, but certainly it's not enforceable, and if they wanted to carry on the flight path, they could do that. So it really is up to the pilot to make that decision. I just think that we need to look into this. And I've also had confirmation from the Qualicum Woods Residents Association, because I have had concerns expressed that by making Qualicum Woods a noise-sensitive area, if it's under the flight path, how is that realistic? Are people going to believe that there's never going to be another airplane fly over their neighborhood, which is not the case. So they are more than happy to help manage those expectations of the residents in that area. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Harrison?
So if I may, my understanding was the exact opposite. So I think this might be something we want to sort of just put in the parking lot for now. We might advance it later, but maybe get some feedback from the airport manager on that, just so we're really clear on what are the implications, particularly for commercial service, because that's not really in the scoping sheet, if there are any. And yeah, I don't know, Ms. Varela might want to weigh in on that.
We do have a motion on the table. You could table it or refer it, or we could call the question.
I agree with Councillor Skipsey that we also have to manage the expectation by doing this. But we've had so many complaints from people who are not complainers in many other areas. But I think we need to make an effort to see if we can mitigate their concern of the quality of life that's being, in many cases, very much hindered by having planes flying over as frequent and as low as they do. I've flown with local pilots who've been here a long time, decades. And they said, I don't know why they fly over those areas. We always turn left or south much sooner. You don't have to go to 1,000 feet. You can go 500 and start making the turn. Planes can turn. It's not that difficult. So it seems, especially the flight school, I've stood there at some people's homes that are being listed in the areas of the streets where they have a concern. And yeah, I would be upset too. But the frequency it happens, like it seems like they take off, go around, come back, touch, go back, do the same thing over and over, like every 5-7 minutes. And you think, can you train somewhere else for a change? Anyway, so I think this is something we need to do just to make sure that we've looked at every option to improve the quality of life for the people that are affected by this. Thank you.
I see nodding heads, so I'd like to suggest we call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Harrison opposed? It's carried. The next item is Qualicum Beach Airport bylaw review under good governance. Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Chair. So this is, as it states, the proposal is to review the airport bylaw in conjunction with the direction that staff was just provided to also look at the noise-sensitive area mapping. We would request that if council advances these initiatives, that we have to deal with complaints regarding airport activities differently than we currently are based on staff capacity. So the recommendation reads that complaints regarding airport activities other than turns to the north, which fall under the noise abatement procedure, will not require staff investigation by closed circuit TV. Reviewing CCTV footage is very time consuming. The airport manager spends the lion's share of his time reviewing footage right now in response to complaints, which simply isn't achievable as we also start to add other tasks to his 3-day week. We would also push out this one speaks to the business plan. I think council had given us good direction before about referring the master plan, which could also be a business plan, to 2026. So my recommendation would be that council considers the first 2 bullets under that recommendation, that the airport bylaw review be undertaken in 2025, and that we deal with complaints related to airport activities differently than we currently are. We're required to investigate complaints about the noise abatement procedure, or if a plane was flying earlier than it should, or those sorts of things, but we simply don't have the capacity to investigate every complaint that isn't related to the noise abatement procedure. Thank you.
I totally understand and agree with that, so I move the recommendations.
And so this is moving the first 2 pieces of this?
Yes.
Councillor Skipsey, Harrison, and then Vanderwall.
We need to know who seconded it.
I was going to second that. No, I think it's good. The only question I have is whether we need to specify touch and go. Because we talk about landing, but landing can technically be a little different than touch and go, and I just wondered whether we need to make that very clear. And the other thing is, I would much rather have staff's time being used towards a productive solution than looking at each and every noise complaint. So I think this is, I'm definitely in support of this. Thank you.
Anything you want to say about touch and go, Ms. Varela?
As I had mentioned earlier, we are currently looking into software to see if there's a way to track that. So again, it's a wait and see, which doesn't have to impact this recommendation as I read it. So thank you for that opportunity.
Okay. Councillor Harrison?
Yeah, I would agree too that landing in a place where, well, sorry, landing, but landing in a place where our bylaw is essentially similar to all other small communities would be a good place to start. This makes a lot of sense. And I would highlight too, to staff's point, when Mr. Goldfuss last presented, I think he said he had about 150 complaints, of which 4 were verifiable. So that's a lot of time going over complaints. And he gets paid a very healthy wage, and so he should. And I'd rather see that go towards something like this or some sort of business plan than to tell people that actually it's all fine. Thanks so much for your email.
Okay. Councillor Van Vogt?
I actually was going to second the motion, so that's why my hand was up, but I am in support of this initiative.
Okay. Maybe I can call the question then. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Let me ask what happened to the business plan.
I think from what we might consider doing with council's support is to actually call the master plan a master plan / business plan, and perhaps council could consider those in conjunction. The airport business plan does not have its own scoping sheet, so it would just be us amending that sheet based on council discussion today. So the airport master plan, we could go airport master plan / airport business plan, and then council could decide what that product actually looked like in 2026 or 2027.
Should we have a motion for that? You want a motion for the
Certainly,
record?
it'd be clean for the scoping sheet. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Harrison?
So moved.
Councillor Skipsey? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right. Focus area good governance. The initiative is reduce tax-funded portion of the Qualicum Bay Airport costs.
Thank you, Chair. So this was put forward by Councillor Van der Valk, who I'm sure will want to comment as well. The staff recommendation is that it not be included in the 2025 to 2029 financial plan. Alternatively, council may consider including that in 2026 with a budget of $30,000, grant dependent, to have a third-party expert look at the airport operations to see if they have recommendations on how to reduce the tax-funded portion of Qualicum Beach airport costs. The recommendation to not proceed is because we currently have that bylaw review happening first, which it might make sense to either defer this to a subsequent year of the bylaw review in case that solves some of that funding gap, or to not include it. So again, governance. Thank you.
And also the master plan, business plan, which might impact the revenues. Councillor Van der Valk, do you want to speak to this?
Yes, thank you. I also feel that this initiative should be looked at alongside of the bylaw review, because there is a lot of overlap, I think. But we really do need to understand where we are now before we can decide what we want and need to do in the future. And it does require an in-depth review of where we are. And I think that would be best achieved through an objective third-party assessment, because I think it will be a bit more objective. And let's see, the other thing that I talked about, which was the business plan versus a master plan. And I think that a business plan will set out more of an action plan so that we can make the airport more viable. So those were just my points. I didn't realize that there was this other initiative, so they do overlap quite a bit, I think.
Ms. Varela, could this be folded into the business plan, master plan part of it? Or the other initiatives?
Yes, it could, and the recommendation there would be to look at that in fiscal 2026, so that may be achievable. Staff could take direction to bring those back in conjunction for council's consideration next year. I would just caution, the state of where we're at with the airport. It's very clear the amount that is being tax funded, which is $220,000. So it is very objective. It's black and white. You have revenues, you have expenses. We know what the tax-funded portion is. So I think we could also dig in a little bit more with the intention there of what council actually wanted to understand. But I do support the idea that we do the bylaw review first and then consider this in conjunction with potential business plan and or master plan.
Which would require these resources, the $30,000. Okay, all right. Councillor Harrison.
And I do agree with staff too that basically this is going to be a function of the business plan at the end of the day anyways, because if you're saying long-term this is what we're going to be doing, then there's going to be expected revenues as part of that. So logically, if you're doing a business plan, this should be part of it. Also too, just for the public, every small community airport loses money. It's just every small community airport loses money. There are none that I'm aware of that are profitable or even breaking even. It's very, very common. So, and finally, just to echo Ms. Varela's point, I think when we start saying we need someone else to do the job that we have staff already doing, to be more objective, that's something we want to avoid, because I'm not aware of any deficiency in what staff are doing. I think it's pretty transparent in our budget documents what the costs are. So I'm not sure what having a second set of eyes on that would really accomplish.
Councillor Van der Valk?
One of the things that I think we are hoping to accomplish through either a business plan or a master plan is to see if there's any regional support for the airport so that it doesn't necessarily have to lose money. It doesn't have to lose money for the town if we can show people in the region why they might want to get involved. And if we don't have a good reason for them to get involved, then they're not going to get involved. So that's why I'm thinking we need a good business plan looking at what we can generate in terms of revenue, and then maybe they would want to partner with us. And I don't think we're going to get partners if we don't have that.
So is there a motion coming forward?
Move the staff recommendation.
Is there a seconder for the staff recommendation? Seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item under housing, option 1 of 2, multi-topic official community plan OCP review. So we're back here.
Yes, thank you. I think council has already essentially given direction on this, the choice between the two. So I'll leave it to you as to how to formalize that motion. Thank you.
Sorry, my sense of it, well, maybe I can check with Heather. I wasn't sure that we had made a motion on a housing-focused OCP. There was discussion about it. I asked a question, but I'm not sure that there was actually a motion, but I could be wrong about that. Okay, if there is, then we can just pass this one by.
There was a previous motion that spoke to, it was one of the previous housing initiatives to combine market housing with the housing-focused OCP. Once council passed that recommendation, it was anticipated a housing-focused OCP was how we were proceeding.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you took that to mean that. So and if everybody's comfortable, there was support for that, so I'm not concerned about that. Okay, so that's good. So we can just pass this one by, correct? Councillor Harrison?
So the other items that are usually done as part of the OCP review, would that be something that we'd be looking at like future years, or are we just saying this, because we were scheduled for getting what the province does to update our OCP in this term. So are those other elements going to be updated at a future date, or are we just saying this OCP update is just housing, nothing else, and then 5 years from now we'll do the other aspects?
Mr. Sales?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison, that's a very good question. So as you noted, every 5 years the town will be required to do an OCP update, if not a full-scale review. So I think now that we know that timeline, the town could very well plan ahead and start an OCP review in anticipation of that 5-year timeline. So mid-2030 OCP could very well get started in 2029 or even 2028.
Okay. Ms. Varela?
Thank you, Chair. So we would still take the first two bullets on the slide, the recommendations up there, just for the purposes of housekeeping.
So that
No, the recommendations on the next slide were provided for context. We anticipated council would make decision-making on that item.
So you don't want a budget on page 91 at the bottom with a budget provision of 55,000? Okay.
We did that already on the previous slide. So when we moved the first two bullets, that's actually what it said. If we could just pop back there.
Oh, I see. Yes, you're
Yeah.
right. Okay. So we can move on to the community pianos project? Okay. Under community health and well-being, and this was sponsored by a community group, right? So I'll just turn it back to you.
Thank you. So we have had a proposal to have community pianos installed throughout the downtown. Staff does have some concerns about doing this in the absence of consultation with adjacent businesses or residences. So the recommendation is to not advance to the financial plan at this time. Alternatively, council may wish to consider retaining a third-party consultant to undertake that public consultation, a small budget of $5,000, and it would be to focus on the businesses or apartments in proximity to the Clock Tower Square. And the other alternative that we thought was quite ingenious, because a business actually did this, was they actually put a piano in their own foyer. So it was inside the business. It was out of the weather. It wasn't accessible at all hours of the day and night, which is when you start to get into some challenges with pianos, because not everybody plays like Mozart, and it might not be appreciated at 3 o'clock in the morning. So we would also anticipate some noise complaints if these were installed around town. Again, in the absence of public consultation, it's not being recommended.
Councillor Young?
I'd like to see the $5,000 proposed availability for planning this, given to the Chamber of Commerce to check to see if this would be a viable initiative.
Are you making a motion, or this is your comment at this point?
Sure, I'll make a motion.
Is there a seconder? No. Other discussion by council? Councillor Harrison?
So I do think, though, that the last thing mentioned by Ms. Varela of talking to local businesses, if they want to have something in their business first, that might be something that works, because I know one of the folks involved with the Qualicum Collective, Qualicum Beach Collective, has that. That's one of the store on 2nd. I just look at this as, again, as Councillor Skipsey's point earlier about the nice-to-haves. I think this is squarely in the nice-to-have, not so much the need-to-have. But I do think this is something that if they can do some of the outreach for us, so if this is something they want to do in the downtown, if they want to do the outreach and do the work and say, we talk to everyone who lives in an apartment, we've talked to all the local businesses in the area, this is what the feedback is, great, then we can have a conversation, but I'd prefer it not to be A, out of our budget, and then B, staff having a lot of liaison time with that as well.
Councillor Skipsey?
This is scary, but I think Councillor Harrison read my mind. I thought if they could come back with a more complete proposal, and I wouldn't want to commit a lot of resources, so if they wanted to do that legwork, the outreach, and then come back to us, I think that would be okay with me. Thank you.
Councillor Vanderwalk?
I think they both read my mind. I would agree with those comments.
Does somebody want to move the staff recommendation? Mr. Mayor? Seconded by?
I would move alternative 2, or the mayor. I think that's work with individual businesses for placement of the piano.
Okay. Is that, you're okay with that? Seconded by Councillor Skipsey. Discussion, Councillor Young?
I'd like to say that it is a viable project in some other communities, and I'm not aware of exactly where, but I know that they did put it forward, and it works out there. And I just think it's a lot of work to ask a volunteer organization that's trying to promote vibrancy in our downtown to take on this whole project without any support. And that's why I would like to see the Chamber of Commerce involved and that little bit of funding be given to them to pursue this.
Okay. Any further discussion? Councillor Harrison?
It was in the previous term, but I remember the mayor and I sitting in in-camera conversation once or twice about public performance on public land with a couple of folks who loved performing and maybe didn't have the most rigorous formal education in how to perform. So I do think that the point staff made that this could lead to some people being bothered at the early hours is fair, but if it's essentially just a weekend of knocking on doors, talking to people, and then if there are communities that are successful, send an email to their staff saying, what's your experience? Then you have the email from the staff in that community, whatever community it may be, and shouldn't be too burdensome, with respect.
Can I call the question? All in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Vanderwalk, did you want to say something?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Yep. I'm a little bit confused here whether we're looking at alternative 1.
Alternative 2.
1
Sorry.
or 2, because alternative 2 talks about essentially the pianos being indoors in specific businesses, whereas alternative 1, if we took out a third-party consultant and no financial involvement, that means that I guess it's the collective, yes, it is the collective, that they could go around and see what the community thinks. I don't know that having a piano inside a business is the same thing that I believe the group is trying to accomplish. So I don't think it should go to the Chamber of Commerce, just as a matter of course, but I don't know that saying that you have to have it in your foyer is what they're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, I understand, and I think maybe, because I think you're right, that's not what I thought the discussion was about, so we could amend this to be in public spaces. Councillor Skipsey?
Or we could just strike it for placement of community pianos, and then,
Exactly.
Okay.
and then it's big.
So an amendment, seconded on the amendment, Councillor Harrison. All in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Carried. On the motion as amended then? All in favor? Carried. Whew, that was hard. Okay. Focus area, community health and well-being, seniors activity center expansion. Councillor Young, do you want to speak to this first? You sponsored this or advanced by you?
I'd like to have the staff comments come up first and then respond to that.
Thank you. I'll speak to this one. So there was a request conveyed through Councillor Young addressing some concerns that our current senior center has outgrown its original design capacity. So the description provided indicates that it was designed for a membership of approximately 600 to 700, when now the senior center is up to over 1,000. So from the perspective of staff, when you have a perceived shortage of space or shortfall in service, it's appropriate to really do a needs assessment to determine what the right size should be in the first place before you do any planning in terms of replacing it, adding to it, because there could be other options available. And until we have someone who's experienced in designing facilities like this really look at the membership, look at the activities, and look at the available options, we would be operating with limited information. So the recommendation, if council does choose to advance this, is that in 2027, $30,000 be allocated to a feasibility or a needs assessment for this proposed project. Thank you.
Councillor Young?
So my response to that is, yes, definitely have a needs assessment, but pushing it off to 2027, that's years down the road, and then if we were to accommodate that need or build, that would be another couple more years. I mean, we are so focused on saving our trees. Can we not be as concerned about being there for the health and well-being of our seniors? So I would like this action to be in the current future and not 2027. Also, if it's the funding amount of $30,000 for this assessment is an amount that is going to affect the taxpayers' increase in their taxes, then I'd like to suggest that we can ask the senior center or community groups to help fundraise to get this assessment done so that we'd have something ready. So when there is a developer out there, we could possibly have this assessment to fit into the next development proposal that comes up.
Thank you. Others? Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. But as far as the funding, I know they have a couple $100,000 in the bank because they do really well. When they had to pay off the building, as far as the interior finishing, they were done very quickly. They don't like debt. So they have outgrown the facility, and need assessment must be done. But in one of the bullets, it talks about, everybody knows that we've been talking with the school district about the comments. So there may be some other options that will present themselves sooner than this. So I agree with the report. I'm very appreciative of all the work that was done for this report, and I move the recommendations on both of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Skipsey? Discussion? Councillor Skipsey and then Councillor Harrison.
I agree with the mayor, and I agree with the timeline. But as we say, there may be something that comes up in the interim, and we can revisit if that's the case. Completely unsolicited, I was walking down the street the other day and met some people that I used to work with at the city of Burnaby, and they said, wow, we wanted to join the senior center, but it's so over capacity, we don't feel like feel comfortable there. So anyways, I do acknowledge the need. Thank you.
Councillor Harrison?
Just through the chair to staff, I understand 2025 is totally spoken for, because the real issue here is not the $30,000, it's the 200 hours of staff time. That's the real issue. That's the real bottleneck. But is there any capacity in 2026? Because 2025 is OCP, it's spoken for. There's no give. But maybe in 2026, is this something we could maybe, like later in 2026, possibly?
I was going to suggest maybe we could have a discussion and follow up a little bit later.
Sure.
Is this so that would be reasonable then that we sort of defer this or put it in the parking lot section?
I think what I'd like to suggest is that we maybe just include an addition to this motion that says, and if possible, advance to 2026, and then you can go away and have a discussion about that. I mean, because this could be discussed next year, right, for 2026. Would that suit you? Councillor Young?
Because we are engaging a assessment from a different party, doesn't require town staffing. So I believe this should be looked at in 2025 and not have to wait till 2026.
I think there maybe isn't support for that. I don't want to prejudge council, but having heard what I just heard, so could we, with your agreement, add a phrase or a sentence that is something like, and to be, the 2027 timeline would be considered in the 2026 strategic plan discussions? With your agreement, is that okay? I know, Councillor Young, you want 2025. That's not going to fly at the moment. So with that friendly amendment then, can I call a question? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We don't have a chamber person, do we? Do you want to go to that?
Chair, we do have 2 sheets that the chamber is going to speak to, so we could just we could go to that item and then just insert the wayfinding there at the same time. We're a couple sheets away. Okay.
It's okay. Okay, great, super, thank you. So the next item, focus area community health and well-being initiative, requests for increased service from the Parks Department. Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Chair. So one of the improvements that we're making this year is, as I said, start to detail out what a lot of these requests look like in staff time. So we have done a Parks Department review. We will be reporting out on that publicly at a future council meeting. The short answer to the question is we actually are short-staffed in that department. And what's happening is then we're getting additional requests for service. So our proposal is that those additional requests for service are directed to strategic planning annually so that you can actually consider those in the context of all your other asks. So the recommendation for the additional asks that are detailed in the scoping sheet is that council would commit to 1 FTE in the Parks Department beginning in fiscal 2025. And that beginning in 2025, we would then look to $100,000 annually for the budget going forward. And that we reaffirm the commitment that increased service level requests would come to strategic planning so they could be provided or considered in context of all the other asks. So right now, again, just to reiterate, you are short-staffed just for your current service level. We are receiving additional requests for service, and we need corresponding staff to meet those requests. Thank you.
Discussion, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the analysis and the conclusion that we need to hire another staff person. Just for clarification, because I've had this question, that it looks like we're adding $100,000 each year between now and next 25 and 29. It's just one time. It's just that it's in the budget every year. But we don't add another $100,000 every year. So with that, I move the staff recommendation.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Harrison? Councillor Harrison? And Skipsey?
Just briefly too, is the 2025 funding source through property taxation, or is it through another position that was unfilled?
This would be a new FTE, so this would be property taxation.
Councillor Skipsey?
Thank you. And I do appreciate this process. I guess my question is, I didn't understand why we didn't use the same process for the Fire Smart coordinator when we did it for the fire department. Because that was my hope, and I think I voted against it at the time, but not because I was against it, but because I thought that this was more the process that we would look at in context with everything else that's going on and all the other asks.
Ms. Varela?
Thank you. It's a very good question. We were in a pinch for a grant submission. So again, as we start to organizationally get staff, council, and the public used to making these asks, that we can refer to this process, that we're always going to have to be in step with grant opportunities, but I think that was the push for that particular ask.
Councillor Skipsey?
And I guess just my other question is, during the budget process, is there an opportunity to have a conversation with the community about whether or not you'd be willing to see some of those service levels drop? That's a hard conversation, I know, to have, but you know, it is. I don't know what that number we're going to be faced with is, and maybe that's that needs to be part of the conversation as well.
Lou?
Certainly, there's some great tools out there for years going forward about surveys. And so if you ask somebody if you had $100, where would you allocate those to? I've seen some pretty insightful surveys that can ask the public to weigh in. I don't think we're in a position for this year to bring that depth of discussion with the public to the forefront about adjusting service levels. But again, this is a good example of these are the kinds of requests that you're seeing for increased service levels. So we haven't set up a forum that we could talk about decreasing service levels for you yet, but council could always make space for that in your budget discussion. But to actually go out and engage the public on it is a different.
Councillor Harrison?
Oh, and just for the benefit of the public, the FireSmart FTE, all FireSmart grants for any project we wanted to do as a town required we have that FTE in place. Otherwise, we're automatically ineligible. So that's also one of the reasons we sort of rushed that through. It wasn't just there was a grant, it's also for anything FireSmart related for the next few years. You have to have that person, otherwise you get nothing.
Councillor Young, did you have your hand up? Yeah, thank you.
I'm just wondering, what would it look like if we did not go forward with this 100,000 for a new person? Like, is it how our town looks now, or will it be more deteriorated? How would it look without?
So the ask for maintaining your service level is actually a different discussion. This is about meeting increased service levels. So for example, if council gave us this budget but didn't give us the core funding for existing service levels, again, we wouldn't see the increased service level. It's a bit of a semantic. So what we're asking for is increased service levels to accommodate both the existing, because as council knows, we've received complaints about mowing people would like to see, trail enhancements they'd like to see. We simply are short-staffed in our parks department. You have 280 hectares of green space and trails to maintain. You have added extensive parks and you have not added staffing. So I think this is the year that we, with the benefit of the Parks Department review, we can start to have a more informed discussion about that. So thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded, right? Can we call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next item, under Community Health and Wellbeing Traffic Bylaw Review. Councillor Skipsey, did you want to speak to this?
Sure, I can speak to this. I would note that there are many municipalities on the island that are currently reducing their speed limits. So whether it be by neighborhood, by pilot project, and in the city of Courtenay's 40-kilometer-per-hour speed reduction program, they say reducing speed limits provides many benefits, including reducing vehicle operating speeds, improving road safety, and improving neighborhood livability. So to me, what goes on and says, reduced speed limits can have safety benefits in terms of fewer collisions and less severe collisions, enhancing comfort for those traveling on foot, bike, or with mobility aids. And I think that, you know, there was comment about the stats don't really justify doing this kind of reduction, but I think in the description from Courtenay, they refer to other things that aren't maybe as tangible, and that is the neighborhood livability and the quality of life for the people that live there. So I would like to see us try something, and I don't know whether that looks as a pilot project in a specific neighborhood. Certainly the costs that other municipalities have paid for signs don't reflect the costs that some of the ones that have been predicted. In Duncan, they had 56 signs at $800, and it came to $44,000, and they got grants for $18,000 and $24,000. So they had almost the entire thing funded through grants. And I just think that I think that we owe it to people to try to reduce the speed in some of the neighborhoods, and I'm not sure exactly what that looks like going forward, but I think maybe having a proposal ready for the September 2025 transportation plan review would be a good start.
Okay, other, Councillor Harrison, sorry, Councillor Young, and then the mayor.
I'm just wondering, as a follow-up to reducing the speed, will we also be paying for an extra police officer to enforce the speeding?
I don't think that's included in this scope, is it? No, no. Mr. Mayor?
In the report, it indicates that aerial or high volume traffic, former highways would not be included. But I would like to think that the Old Island Highway, where the beachfront is, from basically the roundabout to Satellum Park, would also be included in this. I've seen many close calls, and recently there was an accident in the bottom of West Crescent on the Island Highway. It's a very narrow shoulder for people to walk along. I think there are ways to slow traffic down by design. I've got a couple of examples from where I used to live in Holland, and they've been very innovative in making the center lines further apart and make the center more like a rumble strip. So if you have to, you can still make a left turn over that, but you're not going to go very fast. And because it gives the impression that the road is much narrower, you'll go slower. So it's not just about a speed sign, because if the road is designed like a runway, then people are not going to slow down. But if it looks narrower and it's, lots of things to look at at the beach, I think there are ways for us to slow it down, not just by changing the speed limits, but by doing some design work. And so with this, it doesn't include design work. So perhaps through you, to our Director of Engineering, how would you look at that, Mr. Dickinson, if we combine the slowing of, or putting the slower speed signs up, but also designing the road accordingly?
Thank you. We would, through the ongoing community transportation plan, that is definitely one of the initiatives. Every time we redesign and rebuild the road, that is a lens that we put on it. And like I've done a pilot project, for instance, where we let a 2-foot shrub grow right on the curb line. And people complained all the time about we should cut back our shrubs, and we didn't because they slowed down. It was great. So there are great initiatives like that, or rumble strips in the center. So we definitely look at other communities and other countries that have done these great initiatives, what works, what doesn't with our current population, and we incorporate that in the ongoing plan. So I mean, with the recommendation to consider this in the update of the next transportation plan and potentially a pilot project in a specific neighborhood, that's like we're open to council's direction.
So just to be helpful here, there is a staff recommendation not to advance this, but there are also 4 approaches laid out too. So maybe we can head towards a motion. Councillor Harrison, then Councillor Skipsey.
Well, the issue here is that if you read through reports, they make it pretty clear that all 4 of those alternatives might not actually work. And on page 111, there are basically 2 recommendations which speak to the traffic calming measures that I mentioned earlier. That's how you actually get the result. There are 3 officers doing traffic for all of Oceanside, I believe, and a new officer is $240,000. Which would be a 2% tax increase if we wanted to have a Qualicum Beach only traffic person. You can pay for that, but I think folks will look at their tax increase and their eyes would not be, it'd be very much like a cartoon reaction. I'm more in favor of looking at key problematic areas and looking at what you can do with traffic calming for a built solution which doesn't require enforcement and will accomplish those speed reductions, rather than saying we're going to put up a sign but there's no one to actually enforce it, and then people speed anyways. So that's why I think having this referred to strategic planning, the traffic study in September, there's some merit to that. But I think the alternatives of just saying speed limits on its own, that's not what's supported by the RCMP letter. It's not what's supported by a traffic engineer consultant. So I think maybe being more in line with what they recommend might be better. But I do think, to the point being made, There are some areas where it's problematic. I know my Thanksgiving dinner with my parents, there's a guy who lives on Sunrise in Chartwell, and that's a very fast street, even with the four-way stop that's been put in. So I think this is something more when we have that, too. It's not going to bind us to particular investments, but it will at least get a report on some key areas where we see a lot of speeding, and then what can we do with the built environment to try to get those speeds down.
Councillor Skipsey?
So there is a recommendation not to be advanced to the financial plan, but the second part of that is to refer it to the community transportation plan review. So I would put out there for discussion that a neighborhood speed reduction pilot project that this matter and a neighborhood speed reduction pilot project be referred to the Community Transportation Plan Review in September 2025 for Council's consideration and comment by the transportation engineer and public. That doesn't actually work because I want the transportation engineer to develop the pilot project, but unless town staff felt that that was something that they could tackle.
Is that a motion? Is that a motion? Is that a motion?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
seconded by?
a very long motion, but I think it's just referring it to the transportation plan.
Right, with the pilot, inclusion of the pilot project. Seconded by? Is there a seconder? The mayor? Discussion? Councillor Harrison?
So the only question I have then is, could we also get feedback from the RCMP about enforcement? Because the last thing I want us to do is we do a pilot project and suddenly the RCMP are contesting endless traffic tickets in court because the signage wasn't there, quote unquote. So I know that's a lens when we have limited RCMP staff already. To have them spend time in a courtroom debating a traffic ticket is not where I want my taxes to go personally.
Councillor Skipsey?
Yeah, well, I'll just say that the city of Courtenay did a pilot project, and I think it was in their Crown Isle neighborhood. And then after that, they have all the data, all the information that they said they would be more than happy to share with the town of Qualicum Beach. And I guess that pilot project was so successful that now they've got a plan to roll out the 40-kilometer speed zones over the next 4 years. So they have around the schools in 2024, and then they expand that in 2025 all the way up to 2028. So there are other communities doing it, and I think if enforcement were such a big issue, then they wouldn't be taking this on. But Duncan, Courtenay, Nelson, Sydney, Campbell River, they've all tackled this issue by reducing speeds.
So we have a motion, which is the staff recommendation with the addition of a pilot project, and we have a seconder. Can I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. So I think we're headed to the chamber, are we? Yes. So shall we do the first chamber topic first, which is the wayfinding signage, right? Can you remind me what page that's on?
That's page 74 of the agenda.
The wayfinding is?
Yes.
Okay. 74. Right. And, oh yeah, and then the healthcare worker is, we can do separately. So, Councillor Vandervalk, this was advanced by you. Wayfinding signage, and then we're going to give 3 minutes to the representative from the Chamber of Commerce, right? Did you want to speak first?
Well, I'll just introduce it. It wasn't actually brought forward by me. I was asked by the Chamber to bring it forward to Council. So I think it's just as well to have Jared Shaw, who is the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce of Qualicum Beach, describe to us what he is intending.
Great. Thanks. Give you the floor, and I'm going to put my timer on for 3 minutes.
Shouldn't even need that. All right. So wayfinding in its essence is just helping people find their way around our community. And so this project here would help visitors and people that live in the community find parking, shops, public amenities, those kinds of things. And so if you go to a town like Duncan or Parksville, you're going to see a lot of signs that direct you to parking spaces and that kind of stuff. In town, we have virtually nothing. We have 2 blue signs that I could find about this big that talk about the pool and here. And so really, I mean, it's non-existent. As it relates to our retailers and sort of more chamberland stuff here, there's a lot of, as the town sort of spreads out, there's a lot of concern from the retailers out that end that they're getting missed or looked over. And this would help to go remedy that. So I think that, you know, the big takeaways from this is it's going to help our retailers and hopefully also solve a bit of our parking issues that are, you know, I'd say starting to become a problem. Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Shaw? Gosh, you didn't even take your hands. If you want to just have a seat, and then we'll call you back up when we get to the next item. Just let me stop my timer so it doesn't.
Can I carry over that 2 minutes to my next one?
Yeah, maybe we'll give you an extra minute. Councillor Harrison, Councillor Vanderwalk.
Oh, sorry, I think we're all going to move the staff recommendation, so.
Is that okay?
I actually had a question of staff regarding this, because there has been a financial amount attached to it, but part of the process is that staff would want to make sure that the signage that the Chamber of Commerce is recommending fits in with the design and the bylaws, essentially, of the town. So in that $3,100 that the Chamber of Commerce is asking for, if it were more expensive to produce the signs, how would that be handled?
Thank you. The town has allocated $3,100 in the 2025 year budget. So if it was more than that, an additional council authorization would be required.
Okay. Did you want to move the motion, Councillor Vanderwalk?
I think Councillor Harrison has already moved.
Well,
Moved and seconded, yeah.
Yeah.
I deferred to you. So you moved it, and Councillor Skipsey seconded it?
Well, the mayor did.
Oh, the mayor did. Okay. Further discussion, Councillor Skipsey?
I was just looking from last year's strategic planning, because I think there was, like in the phase 2, it talks about highway signage needs, and there was a budget, there was a couple of budgets for signage that I believe were maybe kicked out a bit. So I think there was like a $200,000 and a $250,000. So I just want to make sure that we're not overlapping or recreating here.
Ms. Varela?
So distinctly different projects. Those were referring to highway signage and then signage at either end of the Old Island Highway. So that is my understanding, and the Director of Finance is nodding at me, so that's always a good sign.
Okay. Can I call a question? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, and can we go then to the next item? Can you help me? What page is it on?
Page 113.
113, thank you. Again, under Community Health and Wellbeing, Chamber of Commerce, additional fee for services, healthcare worker recruitment. Councillor Vanderwalk, did you want to say anything about this before we turn it off to Mr. Shaw?
I think it would be best if Mr. Shaw gives us his presentation first.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, just to make this one really, really clear, I'll tell you exactly what I'm proposing to do. So I'm not proposing that the Chamber undertake recruitment, although I have a 10-year background in that. Could probably help out. But really, it's kind of the analogy of a dragon boat. So you got 20 people rowing, and you got a drummer keeping everybody in sync. In this town, we don't have a drummer keeping anybody in sync. So I've been able to find 10 now groups that are working on physician and nurse practitioner recruitment. Most of them don't know what the other guy's doing. And so what I'm proposing to do is come in and project manage these groups. So I've talked with Evelyn from the Division of Family Practice. She said, hey, if you bring them all together, I'll pay for the meeting space. I could probably get a letter of support from her. So there's that. The other piece is we can undertake fundraising for this. So many chambers across Canada have already done this, right? Waterloo has got to the point where they've been able to hire a full-time recruiter for the last 5 years. And so rather than you looking at this as, money sort of just being thrown into something, it's actually an investment. I think I can probably 10x the money that you put into this just with fundraising alone, and then the efficiencies of actually getting these groups working together, not crossing, over each other and that kind of thing. And then the third thing is policy submission through the chamber. So every year we submit policy to every ministry in BC, and if I can do anything to advance recruitment and just make it a friendlier environment for that, I'm going to do it. And so those are the three things that I would suggest that I can do. I also kind of want to point out this too. I make $35 an hour. Now, just in terms of bang for your buck, I tend to think that that's pretty good. I came from a background where I managed upwards of 60 to 80 people, made triple what I make. I'm in it because I care about this. As many of you know, I was actually in the hospital today, so I had to rush to get back here. And I gotta say, every time I meet with a specialist who's dealing with my particular autoimmune disorder, they tell me, do you have any idea how lucky you are to have the family doctor that you do? Because if it wasn't for his advocacy, your meeting would have taken at least a year rather than a month to get to me. So I full well understand it, and I think motivation in these circumstances count for a lot. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Shaw? Thanks so much. What's your pleasure, Council?
I think two raise their hand at the same time, but I'll yield to my friend at the far left.
Councillor Harrison.
Interesting being on the far left. I think this is something where clearly there's a need to get something done. We have someone who's working full-time already in our community doing physician recruitment. Interesting enough, for the public's benefit, when we met with VIHA, they did say, you have a lot of doctors who live in Qualicum Beach. They just practice somewhere else. So I think the question of how to get people who live here to work here is a really important one. I have some trepidation about committing funds this year to this specifically. We have a private sector developer who's trying to put in a medical clinic. And just for the public's benefit, in the previous council term, we were doing an RFP for the Perfect Storm Group. That RFP is actually done. It needs to be updated, obviously, because it's 5 years old, I think now, 4 or 5 years old. No, it's 4 years old. It was the start of the 2 months into the pandemic when it was done, which is why we didn't advance, because of the pandemic. Everything's changing. Why would we advance? How do you do a business model when who knows what the business model will be? I think this is something where we do want to put a pin on this for now. I wouldn't want to say no right away, but I'd want to look at all the different options we have in terms of how do we get a medical clinic in Qualicum Beach, which serves our residents and gets doctors working in it. Because the feedback I've heard from family doctors is that one of the problems are the existing practices, are these tiny little 2,000 square foot or 1,500 square foot 2-doctor practices, and that's a model they want to move away from. So this is something where I do think we need to be making investments. Citizens, this is very top of mind right now in our community, but I'm just not sure the best way forward. I have a lot of confidence in Jared. I think he's a really bright, capable guy. It's just making sure when we have a limited amount of money to invest that we try to make sure that we land in a place where there's something that's actually operational. But I think this is something where maybe we'll have more back and forth over the next few days rather than making a decision right now.
Mr. Mayor?
I agree on his comments about Jared Shaw as well. I've met Jared about 10 years ago, and he was incredibly efficient and effective in getting IT departments to come out to work in Qualicum Beach. We didn't have much in the IT world, but since then we had several companies come to Qualicum Beach, and people moved here because they didn't realize how cheap compared to Vancouver it was to live here, but they could work online and they could fly to Vancouver from our airport. So Jared was incredibly efficient and enthusiastic and tons of energy. He's one of those folks that I know can do a week's work in one day. So I have a lot of confidence in him as well. But I would like to discuss this a little more. And so can we put this on the parking lot? Because this is a big issue. And I know there are some people who are proposing buildings, but they're looking at their own facility and maybe robbing doctors from existing practices to go into their practice. Well, that's not going to help anything. So we need to have this conversation, and I welcome what Jared is offering. So, but at this point, I'd like to put it in the parking lot.
Is the rest of council comfortable with that? Just setting this aside for the moment?
Yeah.
I think I see agreement. Okay. I'd like to suggest that we maybe take a 10-minute break with that, or do you want to push on? Completely up to you.
I think we can push on. I think we're getting just warmed up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're good. Okay, we'll push on then. We are then at the accessibility plan. So under community health and well-being, develop an accessibility action plan.
Thank you.
Mr. Sales.
Yes, I'll take that. So one of the recommendations recently coming out of the accessibility team was that the town develop an accessibility action plan. This was presented to council, and council referred that recommendation here to the strategic planning session. So the recommendation from staff is that should council choose to advance this, it be allocated in the year 2028 for the development of an accessibility action plan, and that to accompany the development of that plan, it would require 0.5 FTE in 2029 and onward to actually advance the accessibility initiatives. Thank you.
Council? Councillor Harrison?
So I'm technically liaison for this. So this is sort of like, there's sort of two things I think that we might want to think about with this. One, the actual accessibility plan for the city of, Resort Municipality of Whistler is incredibly detailed. As our CAO pointed out, Whistler has a slightly larger budget than we do. About 160 million is their budget, a little bit more than us. So they have an incredibly detailed document. The conversation we had on the accessibility committee was getting an action plan. We have a sort of a accessibility plan that says, here are our principles for increasing accessibility in Qualicum Beach. And their hope was that we'd get an action plan to start addressing some of those gaps that we have. So things like wheelchair accessible washrooms. So public washrooms are more accessible than they are currently. Some of them have very heavy doors, which can be difficult to open. Looking at talking to our downtown businesses. A lot of those doors are not this private business, but those doors aren't very easy to use. So I'm not sure if having a Whistler-style document is necessarily to our town's benefit. If the accessibility committee really just wanted to make sure that we start putting aside money, we have that already, the 50,000 per annum, and start actually engaging in getting some accessibility projects built over time. So that's just where, I don't know where this stack of recommendation lands in relation to that. So maybe it's just Mr. Sales could clarify which of the two. Is it an exhaustive document which goes over every aspect of how we operate, or is it more an action plan to get stuff built?
Thank you. Through the chair. So there is a bit of repetition currently because there's two things that do similar functions. One is the accessibility action plan, and then the other is the initiative entitled Robust Accessibility Plan, Whistler Village Style. So I would definitely say there's an opportunity to consolidate those to a single initiative, because Whistler's accessibility plan is likely a much larger scope than we would be looking for. However, Whistler's plan does have actions in it, so it's kind of a blend between the two. So what we flagged in this scoping sheet is that if council chooses to advance it, go ahead and allocate that in the recommended year, but then next year or in a future year, we would be looking at a way to consolidate those two initiatives and carry it out in a more efficient way, because doing them both would make no sense.
Yeah, at the bottom, page 119, it talks about that. So is there a motion forthcoming? Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. I move the staff recommendation. Both.
Seconder? Okay. Okay, seconded by Councillor Harrison. Discussion? Councillor Harrison, Councillor Skipsey?
Sorry. Sorry, go ahead.
I guess I'm not too sure about the second part of the recommendation. I do agree with the first part, is having money set aside for the work of the committee. I think, especially when it's a volunteer team, there's nothing worse than spending all this time and making recommendations and then nothing happens with it. So I think we do have to fund it to some degree, but personally, I would rather see some of that money go into the actual initiatives themselves. So, I mean, it's 2029. I think, I could probably put my hand up and agree, because I think there'll be lots of changes between now and then. But, yeah, I'm more in favor with the first part than the second part of the recommendation.
Yeah, I just say that further details could be discussed in strategic planning 2026. That's right? Yeah. Okay, Councillor Harrison?
And then just at, Liz Pollock, the planner who's left, was the key point. And before she left, she mentioned that there was a grant that the town would be applying for improving accessibility for most of the washrooms that the town has. Do you know where the status of that grant is?
Thank you. So that is pending. It's a rolling grant application, so there's not a specific deadline. So we are preparing to provide that to council at an upcoming meeting for consideration. Thank you.
So we have a motion. Councillor Harrison?
Just one more thing. Even with what we did where we said $50,000 is the amount, the committee wanted more funds to actually get stuff built. To Councillor Skipsey's point, that was very much their focus, is getting things built, not doing a study after another study. But I was getting pushback even for the $50,000 we've already allocated. So if essentially with this recommendation, does that mean then there would be no projects until 2028, or is there ongoing work that we'd be able to point to?
Thank you. Through the chair, council has already allocated $50,000 a year that goes towards accessibility related initiatives. So as an example, we're upgrading some infrastructure on street corners to advance accessibility. So that funding is already being used. And so in other words, staff would not be waiting for the action plan before we start tapping into that money that council has allocated. Thank you.
So there is money, capital for work, actually. Okay. What's council's pleasure? We have a motion on the table. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Focus area community health and well-being, establishment of an arts and culture committee. Councillor Young.
On the scoping sheet, yes, we would like to see an Arts and Culture Committee, but when it came to staff and funding requirement, there is no ask for that. There is a group of people that are interested in the arts and the culture in our town and to make it more vibrant and so many more, that I've had comments from the Qualicum Beach Cinema Group, Diane Moran from Culture Days. They'd like to see town participation on helping these volunteer efforts that have been successful over the last few years to be able to continue on. And they feel that there should be a committee where the town could ask for volunteers to come forward. And because it's a town ask, we would get more people looking at the possibility of participating. And also, because it is a town ask, and we're not asking, the group is not asking for money, that we will be able to have discussions, look at ideas that can be started, and look at grant funding that can be pursued, write the grant funding, then bring it back to the town for their approval. And because a lot of these grants have to go through the municipality to be accessible, that's why we want an Arts and Culture Committee in this town.
Thank you. Ms. Varela.
Thank you. So any advisory body a committee is an advisory body of council, and it has to be resourced accordingly. So an advisory body requires meeting minutes, agendas, staff support. An advisory body has to be resourced accordingly. So one of the alternative recommendations up there is to actually provide us with a committee clerk. Currently, corporate services, we have 8 committees, I believe, currently, each of those requiring that extensive administrative support. We are doing it off the sides of multiple desks, and we're really at a tipping point that if council wants to provide more committees, we'll need resourcing. Alternatively, we put out the first recommendation, the first alternative recommendation, excuse me, that council may wish to consider supporting with a placeholder budget of $50,000 funded from the strategic initiatives reserved to support the establishment of an Arts Council Society, which wouldn't require that ongoing administrative support from the town. Thank you.
Council's pleasure. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. If we had such a society struck, then they would look after their own minutes. They would organize their own meetings, their own agendas. So be virtually, I think, no staff time involved. They would have a room someplace. There's lots of facilities around us, whether it's at the old schoolhouse or a museum or a lot of places where people would be welcomed if you wanted to have a meeting in that space. So if it can be done that way, but that's not the way it's described. So I would like to, we're going to have another initiative or another strategic planning session. Could I ask to have, I know you work with a number of people, to explain how you would run this committee without coming through the town, without asking for money. You say, we don't ask for money, we don't ask for staff, we don't ask for resources. So can you come back with a description of how this would work based on the discussion you've had with the people you mentioned earlier?
I can read what the group has drawn up. The ask is to put an open call to the general public about participating of the Arts and Culture Committee. Interested members would apply like any other committee the town has in writing to myself, Jean Young, or whoever else would help make the decision would be involved. And also Diane Moran from the Culture Days would also be happy to be working on this initiative with me. Understand the Arts and Culture Committee does not require a big staff commitment nor a large financial commitment. Yes, funds would be required, but an annual budget would be used and agreed upon in advance. Having an Arts and Culture Committee in partnership with the town would allow the committee members to apply for municipal grants, community funds for public events, grant writing training, funding for public projects, and/or community development. Events already established and supported by the town would be included and focused on. So that would be like, for instance, the Qualicum Beach Cinema, Culture Days, the car show. Just is ongoing, what we could add on. And also to bring in new events. And also to engage the youth more. There has been youth arts exhibition in Mindfulness in May. This has been going on for 3 years, all based on volunteerism, but it's always had the credit given to the town. And also, we've also had showings at the Vancouver Island Library, which is our Qualicum Beach Library, and also as well as at Berwick, but always with credit to the town. Culture Day events, too, would be part of the Qualicum Beach Arts and Culture Committee's role and responsibility. The group would plan and coordinate for September 2025. Committee would secure funds through grants that the town would benefit from. The committee would also review events to see how they could assist with and/or maybe add a cultural component to events like Family Day, Beach Day, Moonlight Madness, Halloween Walk, Show and Shine, all that. The committee would also address and work on points and goals taken from Making Culture Count. Benefits of addressing Making Culture Count, it has value and would benefit the community, shows the town follows through with ideas and is truly investing in the community.
Thanks, Councillor Young. So you have 3 alternatives in front of you. Councillor Vanderwalk?
Can I just make a couple of comments?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure how this will happen without the town being involved, because what they're asking is for the town to be involved. And even if the town isn't going with the $85,000 per year, but just the one-time $50,000 to set up an Arts Council Society, we have a lot of nonprofit societies that have had to set themselves up. So the St. Andrew's Lodge, Cultural and Heritage Society, SALHACS, for an example, and they're having to raise funds to renovate their building. So I'm not quite clear on how the town would be involved but not be involved, and I think we have to be fair to other societies that are doing everything on their own.
Councillor Harrison, and then Councillor Skipsey.
I actually do agree with Councillor Vandervalk on that there are a lot of groups involved in the cultural space who've been working on their own. The funding for grants through the arts has really dried up in the last few years, so they're all facing hard decisions and hard times. And then if we say, oh, we're creating a committee and we're capitalizing with $50,000 in a couple of years, I think some people might get their noses slightly tweaked. I think the real conversation here should be, should there be a central table essentially in the town for all the different cultural organizations and culture groups in our community? That's not a bad idea. I'm just not convinced right now that it needs a town component to it. I'd rather see this become something that becomes operational, like that you can create a society whose whole goal is to connect everyone. Then you can come to us in the future and saying, here we are, it's set up, it's going, everything's working well. We're not hearing from other groups that they were excluded and they're very angry. So sorry, just thinking of future headaches for council. And then they can come forward and look at future grant applications. I think to commit the grant applications before the society is operational is maybe a cart and horse issue. And since it's basically asking folks to create a society that would have representation from Tosh, St. Andrew's Lodge, all the different groups in our community, that I could see a benefit there, but I'd rather see that operational first and then the town gets involved, as opposed to the town says, you know, first we're putting money aside and everything else, and then we'll see if it gets operational.
Mm-hmm. Councillor Skipsey?
I think I'm just going to go back a little bit on this one. And like once upon a time, I believe culture was part of the Parks and Recreation Committee. And then there was a consultant that was hired. This is my understanding of the history. And they produced a report, which is called Making Culture Count, which Councillor Young referred to in her statements. And I wondered, one, if it would be possible for all of council to see that Making Culture Count, because there were recommendations from the consultant, and I think it was sort of a standalone going forward. It wasn't necessarily under the town umbrella. My second question would be, or comment would be, whether there's any room for this in the committee review that's upcoming, whether there would be any suggestions about how it could be done or formulated. And the other comment would be, is there any appetite to sneak heritage in there as well?
Councillor Young?
I'd like to respond to that. I just want to reiterate the fact we're not asking for any funding whatsoever. We'd like to just have the opportunity to have an engagement of an Arts and Culture Committee and see what we can go forward with, see what kind of grants there are out there. I do know there is quite a few grants that are available in the Arts Department. And, you know, we have people on board that would write for the grant funding, and then we would have to put it through the town because they're only available to the municipalities. So we're not asking for any money, and we want to be able to present a report back to the town. Let us try it out for 6 months as to what we can do, and at no cost to the town. But just asking for the town to support us in doing the call out for volunteers.
Yeah, Councillor Young, you can't establish a committee, though, without expenditures, right, of staff time and cost. I mean, I think that's, it's not going to be free. If it's free, then you don't need the town. So,
Just to help the public and council understand that when you set up a committee of council, there are actually legislated responsibilities around that. So for example, for the first time ever, we saw the advisory or the accessibility advisory team, not the province actually provided an exemption that it had different rules for a committee. So the minute you say it's a committee, it does require resourcing, it does require budget. So it's that structure that might be problematic for what your council is considering achieving. So just to put that out.
So is this an item you'd like to put in the parking lot and come back to? Unless somebody's bringing forward a motion. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I sense the good intention of my colleague, and I know other people were always very keen on history. Arts and culture is a big deal in Qualicum Beach. We did hire a consultant one time, I think it was probably 7, 8 years ago, maybe longer now. And the problem I saw with that structure, they were inviting that committee dependent on people from the old schoolhouse, the museum, from all the different organizations that are part of this movement. And they're having a hard enough time to get enough people to come to their committee meetings, let alone assign somebody to say, well, now you got to go to this other group as well. You know, we were at the Echoplays Theater, and I talked with the people afterwards, and they're having a hard time getting people to serve on the board. As a matter of fact, I think that Mike Andrews came back for the 3rd or 4th time because it's not easy to spend time on the thing that you really love and then have to go to an umbrella organization. So I would like to see this go back to the parking lot and invite Councillor Young to come up with a resolution that doesn't require staff time, money, or anything like that, and how it would work. So it's not an advisory committee to the town. It's just an ad hoc group, similar to the St. Andrews Lodge History and Culture Society, that did it all by themselves. And they look after their own meetings, their own minutes. They elect their own people to the board. So I think that's something we need to see here. Thank you.
Councillor Van der Valk?
I'm just not quite sure if the group behind this is not asking for money, then why is it coming through strategic initiatives? I'm just not quite clear on why we're...
They've asked for a municipal committee to be established.
No, I understand that.
So, and that requires resourcing, and that's your world. That's my understanding. Fair enough? Yeah. So the suggestion is maybe that this is shifted into the parking lot. I think I see nodding heads with requests for Councillor Young to come forward. I can just make a contribution to this. Maybe one thing that the municipality could consider is holding a one-off event for all these organizations to come together, like a forum. Yeah, well, they could do that. You could provide space or something.
Could I just ask for a 5-minute recess?
Sorry?
Could I just ask for a 5-minute recess?
If council's in agreement, 5 minutes? Okay, we'll reconvene at 25:02. Is that okay? And then we just have a few items left, so that would be great. Okay, come back at 25:02. 3 items left. we're all back. So we have 3 items left, and then we have time for public input at the end, so you don't quite get to leave. The next item, I think, is under Progressive Infrastructure, implement and operationalize asset management strategy and plan. Is this Raj? Is this your world? No? Oh.
We don't quite have staff back, so if I could just ask for the luxury, staff is trying to do their work and get their break in, so I anticipate an immediate return, but if we could just have a moment.
Sorry, is this Mr. Sales? No? Or is this?
Not quite figures, but yes. I ran past him, I pushed him aside.
So this is implement and operationalize asset management strategy and plan. Director of Finance.
Thank you.
Mr. Hare.
Thank you, Allison. So yes, this request here is, we had a presentation to council on basically the asset management strategy. And this is a follow-up step to that. So we've developed a strategy, come to council for council to select the strategy. And the next steps would be to actually implement that strategy and operationalize it and report back to council regularly on it. And so this request would be working with a consultant with the same consultant to operationalize it. And essentially part of this would be grant funded as well. So we will be applying for grant funding for this. I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have on this.
Perfect. Questions of staff? Councillor Harrison?
I think this is a great thing to advance. My only question is, if we're unsuccessful in the grant funding, is this something we could advance anyways?
Yes, we would come back to council for alternative funding, but we would definitely like to move forward with this.
Okay, Mr. Mayor?
Good point, and I think that's what needs to happen. That this is critical to maintain our assets and plan for the longevity of these assets long beyond our term, which is unusual for a lot of people in our world, where they're only looking at the one term. We're looking at the life of these projects and these facilities. So this is a necessary item, and I move the recommendation.
Mm-hmm. Seconded by Councillor Harrison. Discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Perfect. Next item, under Progressive Infrastructure, paid permitted parking plan for uptown businesses. This was advanced by Councillor Vanderbock. Do you want to speak to it first?
Yes, thank you. So I never come into Qualicum Beach because I just can't find a parking place. I have had people tell me this. And we want a happy, thriving town. And if we want a happy, thriving town, we need people to find a parking spot. Looking at the parking situation, we notice that many parking spots are on the street, and in businesses, owned parking lots are being used by employees. So what I would like to look at in this initiative is to explore how we might accommodate businesses and their staff while freeing up parking for their customers, clients, or patients. Having permit parking on town-owned parking lots could help with this. This would mean businesses could purchase a permit to park in a specific lot, and they would always be guaranteed a place. And hopefully people would love to come to Qualicum Beach because they love the town and they can park. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison.
I think there's some merit to this, but one of the things I'm just thinking too is we just heard a presentation from the Chamber on wayfinding. Do we have any signage to let people know where the existing parking lots are? Because that might be an issue too, is that folks coming in from out of town might not know that there's a parking lot just around the corner. I know staff in our previous term had some sort of informal mail-outs to citizens and some email outreach, but when we're looking at wayfinding signage, this might be one thing we might want to top them up essentially and help people who are coming here realize where larger parking lots actually are, because some of them are hidden. Just, Mr. Sales has his hand up, so.
Oh, Mr. Sales.
Thank you. So paid parking can be a part of a parking management strategy. So that's why you see the staff recommendation is actually to combine this initiative with the parking management strategy that we already have allocated for 2026. So it would just increase that budget slightly to make sure we have an in-depth exploration of what paid parking would look like. So it's taking the initiative from Councillor Vandervalk, combining it with something that Council has already allocated in 2026. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I have a question to you about this. Just because you have now identified some paid parking spot doesn't mean there's more parking available for people who want to come and visit. It's just that somebody's guaranteed a parking spot. But for some people who just come in, that's not going to help them. So I like the idea of wayfinding, and I always felt we don't have a parking problem, we have a parking management problem. And wayfinding could help with that. Mm-hmm. So the other thing is, it's all what you expect. A good friend of ours, the mayor of Oak Bay one time, Christopher Costin, he came to see me when he was the chair of AVICC. So after he came up and we had a nice chat, and he wanted to go and see something else, and I said, okay, where are you parked? He said, oh, just around the corner. I said, oh, okay. He's parked on Veterans Way. He thinks that's just around the corner because he could see from there the town hall. He says, well, that must be close. But from my experience, people want to park in front of the door that they want to go in to the business. So it's really difficult to accommodate everybody to find a spot close to where they want to go. And one of the worst examples is when the business owner or the people who run the business actually park in front of their own store. The best parking spot. Well, I want to keep an eye on my car. Yeah, well, you know, that's where your customer wants to park. So I think we need to manage parking better, but paying permit parking, I'm not sure. We had an earlier issue where we were going to look at DCCs for parking. And we're going to look at buying some more land for parking. And we do have some properties that we have. And we looked at all behind Harlech, behind the old fire hall, all the way to Beach, put angle parking in. And I believe we can get somewhere like 75 parking spots right there. And it's all level. It's easy to go into town from there. Easier than where parking used to be down by 2nd Avenue. So I think we do have some other options. But paid permit parking, I can see for a professional like a doctor who may have to go to see somebody or go to the hospital and come back to his clinic and then can find a parking spot. So there may be some issues with that. But I think the overall problem with parking is to provide more parking spaces, not permit some of the ones to have access to them guaranteed.
So it looks like you have a parking management strategy already in the strategic plan. Is there an appetite to have the topic of permitted parking rolled into that? And if so, might there be a motion coming forward? Councillor Harrison?
Well, I think to support what Councillor Vanderhoek wants to do is that since we're already doing a parking management study, allocating a little bit more resources to make sure it's a slightly broader, even if this isn't the only thing we talk about in terms of the broader scope. You know, I've mentioned a couple things, the mayor mentioned a couple of things. When you have a broader study, that allows multiple viewpoints to be considered, as well as the one that Councillor Vandervalk is advancing. And I think that the whole idea of we're trying to expand the scope of the parking study is really more what this resolution is about, not so much the particular solution we're trying to latch on to at this stage prior to receiving it.
So that's my understanding of what the recommendation is.
Yeah, so I do think the recommendation makes sense.
So do we have a motion coming forward, Mr. Mayor? But it is the second part that rolls it into the parking management strategy, which I think is, and Councillor Harrison, that's what your angle is to. We're going to wear you down, Mr. Mayor.
We still have to vote on the end as well, so
Okay, so you'll move the whole recommendation? Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Harrison, discussion on the recommendation? Councillor Vandervoort.
Thank you.
It's the recommendation addresses your request and rolls it into the parking management plan.
Yes, okay.
A strategy, parking management strategy.
Right. I was just going to offer some support for my thinking, but I don't have to, so that's fine.
Okay. Councillor Harrison?
And I do agree, you're technically getting what you wanted. So the only question is if there was other additional things during the process of strategic planning for any of these issues, not just specifically this one. Is this something where it'd be a brief conversation with staff? Like how do we sort of document if there's one or two things which might not be too cost intensive to add to, say, a potential study in the future? Just how we have that documentation for that. So,
Yeah. And this will come back in 2026 for further discussion as well, right? Because it's slated for 2026? Is that right? Yep.
Yes, so this would come back for discussion in 2026 as well. But the other thing is, again, staff keep track of all your informal discussions, and then we put it out to say, is this something you want to have advanced to strategic planning? So you saw that earlier this fall, those deadlines, which is how staff has had time to produce these sheets. So yeah, any new items now will be next year's strategic planning.
Right. So can I call a question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Carried unanimously, right, Councillor Vandervoort? And the last item in the binder is reconfiguration of rail crossing traffic controls, advanced motion to AVICC and UBCM, and this was advanced by the Mayor. Mr. Mayor?
I think the report speaks for itself, so I move the resolution to be advanced to AVICC and UBCM.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Scoopsey? Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Unanimous. Great. I'll maybe turn the chair back to you, Mr. Mayor, and you can manage the public input. Thank you. That was great.
Thank you,
Well done.
Mr. Havka. I think that was very efficient, and we had allowed for more time, but doesn't mean we have to wait till 5 o'clock, because if you read the fine print, it's always important to read the fine print, is that times identified within the agenda may change depending on the time required by members of the committee to consider each matter. So we're going into public input at this point, and just remind everybody that we're in a safe workplace, and that you shouldn't say anything that will kind of not be very nice to other people that have to listen to it, whether it's your fellow citizens or members of staff or council. So who'd like to speak first? Come on up, Jay.
Thank you very much. I would just like to follow up on the comments and add a few regarding the tree protection bylaw. And I have to say, as a member of the Friends of Qualicum Beach Forest, which Kevin Monahan is, these pieces of legislation, our bylaws, are extremely complex. And what has been done by the administration, spearheaded by Luke, is a very good start. It doesn't mean we can't improve, but we have to be careful not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We need some adjustment and some modification. And particularly, I would like to concur what's been recommended by Kevin, that the bylaw cover public and private property. This is the norm, and we provide, I think, the needed moral authority for the law. And I just offer, in terms of what I'm speaking about, this is a few years old. It's by the Tree Protection from the Vancouver Real Estate Board, Tree Protection Bylaws and Policies for Private Property, which is readily available online. And if you go through the 18 municipalities in the Greater Vancouver area, almost all of them cover private and public property. And I think you diminish the town in terms of standing the public if you say, do as I say, but not as I do. I think you have to be leaders in all respects and follow the laws which you're asking other people to follow. I think that's just a good starting point. But there's something what's really important here, and why I'm emphasizing this, is we're going to have a battle to protect our tree canopies as it is. Vancouver has a good tree protection bylaw, is trying to enforce it, but the growing pressures of density housing, they're losing the battle. They intended to go higher. They're going, what's happening is that they're losing their tree canopy. And we're going to be potentially facing the same forces. Bill 44 is really a statement about increasing density. Well, many of the older areas that have private property they're going to be under pressure, and they'll lose a lot of trees. And to give an example, laneway near my property, I counted 30 trees, 30 mature trees. And so what happens at that point? Are those trees just going to, because they're on public land, they're just going to be cleared out, there's no replacement? I think we have to have some certainty in that area. And I think that's the major point. And overall about tree protection bylaws, there are some outstanding ones in this province and on the island. And I happened to phone up Jeremy Jai, who worked for the town in terms of the urban forest master plan. And I said, do you have any examples? And he rattled off 3 or 4. It doesn't mean we emulate them all in total. But I did note that other municipalities do copy others. Well, I think we want our own, but there's some very good examples. So I don't think it hurts to have an environmental scan, identify really good ones, see if they fit, and make any modifications. But I think we really have to start with the inclusion right away of making it cover public and private lands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Who would like to speak next? The fellow in the back. Keith, come on up.
This is in regards to lowering the speed limit, and once again, I'm here on that. So I'm Keith Smith. I live at 3146 Island Highway West, and my wife and I have lived in Qualicum Beach for almost 30 years now. We'd just like to say that now that the town has opened the pedestrian viewing area on the waterfront roundabout walkway, this is the perfect time to address the traffic speed along 19A between Laburnum and Hemsworth. The town's own studies have shown the traffic volume and speed is excessive along this roadway. And quite simply, lowering the speed to 40K will improve our public safety and will be applauded by all users of our wonderful waterfront. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Who would like to speak next? Come on up, ma'am.
Your Worship, Councillors, my name is Nithya Harris, and I'm a brand new resident of Qualicum Beach, and I thought best thing to find out what's happening in town was to come here. In spite of a beautiful day, I'm here, and I thank you very much. I learned a lot and really gave me a good idea of what's happening, and I'd like to give you a little bit of my suggestions on one item, and that was the housing-focused OCP review. When Bill 44 was passed, there was a lot of concern province-wide that this bill was done in isolation of all the impacts from such a bill on housing on many other aspects in the municipality. And to avoid a similar trap at looking at housing in isolation in this OCP review, my suggestion is that we look at a housing-specific OCP review in a broader context of the impacts of the additional housing on infrastructure. We're talking about roads, parking, cycling and pedestrian needs, water need and availability for the additional housing, especially in anticipation of drought in the coming years from climate change, and the additional impact on climate change, especially with respect to fires, tree loss, etc. As I said, I'm new here, and I'm sure you and your staff have already thought about all this, but I thought I'd put my 2 cents in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Harris. Who's next? Come on up, Charna.
Afternoon. Okay, I have a couple of questions. And this is probably a question for staff, and it's about the OCP review. And I wanted to know if the new focus of the OCP is going to be just on housing, if that's going to change the quality of life survey.
This is not a question and answer period. This is for you to make statements.
No questions?
You can make a question in the form of a statement, and then we can look at that.
All right. Okay, then I'll ask my questions in a statement. Okay, so I'm thinking that our quality of life survey, which I think was supposed to take place before the end of the year, I'm wondering if that's going to be delayed and if it's going to change all the questions on that survey. And the other question I had about this OCP review, if it's focused on housing only, I was wondering if how that's going to impact land use changes and land use designation. So I was a little concerned that it's just only focused on housing, because if it's only focused on housing, we're not going to have much of a discussion about the impacts of what that means. So I just find it's a bit disappointing, and it's going to be difficult to participate in an OCP review like that. And then I had some other comments about the tree. One of the discussions today was about the OECMs, which are the other environmental conservation measures that MABRI had requested from council to survey areas in Qualicum Beach, but council had voted today to just limit that to 3 sites. And that was disappointing. And one of the things that I didn't understand about that conversation was I think the public could gain a better understanding of why, staff's recommendation and council's decision to limit that, the land surveys for biodiversity and flora and fauna, and collecting all that data for us. I'm wondering what I think the public could, it would be helpful for the public to understand the reasons given, or staff's rationalization around risks, liabilities, and development and operation plans. So if we could get more information about that, that would be great, because I'm not aware of what they mean by risks, liability, and development and operation plans. And then comment on the tree bylaw. So I'm not sure if today's vote on the recommendation to delay the review of the tree bylaw to 2028, that I don't understand. I think that was what you voted on today, but wouldn't that mean that in 2028 we could have a completely different council, and that whole review would be could be just canceled completely? So I'm just sort of confused why you would delay it for so long. And considering our urban forest is under constant pressure on a regular basis, I think it would be in the public's and the town's interest to have a good tree bylaw in place that can be, relied upon, can be implemented, and can be a productive bylaw. So I'm really concerned about delaying that review. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the gallery wishing to speak? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, those hands came up at the same time. You were both very quick. And just push the button on the base to turn the microphone on by the red knob.
Follow instructions well. There you go. My name is Sue Willis. I live on Rupert Road. And I just wanted to address the speed limit on Rupert Road. I'm kind of working on this, or it's been bothering me for about a year and a half now. So I know we're limited on time, so in letters to the council, I've already stated the obvious reasons why it might be a good idea to reduce this, just the incidence of severe injury, going at 70 kilometers an hour as opposed to 50. There's a high amount of vulnerable users. Plus, one of the things is Rupert Road, it's unique to other roads in the town that have speed limits higher than 50, in that it has a much higher concentration of homes with driveways accessing the road. The other roads that have speed limits higher have far less driveways, so it's quite dangerous for the residents to be coming and going and taking out their garbage. There's a lot of people using the road on foot and bike because it connects up with the footpath at Qualicum. And as I have mentioned before in my letters, the time saved between 70 kilometers an hour and 50 kilometers an hour on the short stretch is not even 1 minute. It's a matter of seconds, because I know I've received responses from letters before stating that it's a connector road, so it's good to be 70, but it's also a residential road, and if they need to go 70, they're really not saving that much time when you weigh the safety of the residents. There's also a trend in BC, as we talked about earlier, to lower speed limits. I'm not suggesting we lower it to 40, but 50 would be nice. And there's also going to be a big increase in pedestrian and vehicle traffic with the building of the Pheasant Glen golf development there. Noise pollution, 70 kilometers an hour compared to 50 is a lot different, especially when it rains. And I think it was mentioned before, the BC Motor Vehicle Act has the basic statutory speed limit on all public roads as 80 kilometers an hour outside municipalities and 50 kilometers an hour within municipalities. Well, we are within the municipality, so it's not like I'm asking for anything out of the ordinary. It's just what it would normally be set at. And the municipalities can alter the speed limits within their communities through the implementation of bylaws. And that must have been done at one point when they raised it to 70. So because Rupert Road East is part of the town of Qualicum, the basic statutory speed limit would be set at 50 kilometers per hour. And following a correspondence I sent to the town on August 30th, I received a reply that stated, the matter of the speed limit on Rupert has been visited almost annually by staff, transportation engineers, and council. To date, there has been no professional advice or statistical data from the RCMP, ICBC to indicate a speed reduction is warranted. In this, I would respond that firstly, there was data gathered, because I was at a meeting for the initial transportation and safety plan, I think on November 15th, 2023, and it showed from data gathered that 80% of the vehicles on that section of Rupert Road were speeding excessively. Like, it wasn't just speeding, but it was excessively speeding. And I know, like I heard Scott mention earlier before, that you can put up a sign, but people might not follow it. And I mean, I know that, but if the posted speed is 70, people are more likely to go 80 or 90, but if the posted speed is 50, people are more likely to go 60 or 70. So the speed limit is 70 now. People aren't doing 70 down that road. I mean, I know that there was even, someone clocked at 160. It was in the newspaper a couple of years ago or something like that. Yeah, and trust me, Friday and Saturday nights when the kids from town are, I call it drag racing. They're not racing against anyone. They're just speeding by themselves down that road because it's a long straight stretch and it's 70. My other response to the reply from the staff is that when they said that, you know, there was no professional advice, well, there actually was data gathered, but from RCMP or ICBC, I don't know that we need ICBC or RCMP to comment when it's just common sense to have, you know, to not have people going that fast on roads like that. Like, it's scary. There's people walking to the bus stop. My daughter walks back and forth to work. She's always really scared coming down that road. Some people don't even go, like, veer out a little bit, and there's many dog walkers. It's actually a scary place. So anyways, I understand that if there were recommendations for a sidewalk, a bike path, et cetera, then maybe engineers would need to be involved. But because really I would just be asking for a speed limit reduction to what it probably should be at, which is 50, it wouldn't require an engineer to tell you, there's no building to be done. It's just a change of a couple signs, really, to make that road safer. So, yeah, I think that's all I really had to say. And you've probably heard it from me before, but I thought I'd take my opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Willis. You said it nicely. Thank you. Susan?
Is that? It was on. Thanks very much for this opportunity. I just wanted to make a couple of comments about the OCP review. I think it is disappointing that we're limiting it to housing, but we're in that situation where we have very limited time, and we want to do a good job. And as a member of the committee, you know, I feel that very strongly. It's a situation where we've lost almost a year in our committee work, and we are now left with a very short time period to put together a document that, you know, is going to serve this community well. 2 points, though. When we say it's limited to housing, I have some trouble in my own mind trying to figure out what that really means. I'm not sure that we're going to be able to limit it to housing to the extent that we're going to not have to look at other issues in the OCP in order to end up with a document that hangs together and works. You know, we'll do the best we can, obviously. The other point is that, you know, if we don't deal with some of these other issues, then I really think that waiting another 5 or 6 years to deal with them is too long. And so I think we have to, you know, as we work through this, consider what issues that we are leaving on the table that maybe leave us in a situation where we don't have a complete picture that we're working with as a community for the next 5, 6 years. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Well, with that, I need a motion to adjourn. Councilor Venable, Councilor Harrison, and further discussion on that? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. We are adjourned. Thank you for your participation. Thank you, staff, and Allison.
Yeah, my pleasure.